レーダー受信、レーダー受信。周囲にトレーナー反応あり。
That was impressive.
Boo. Hi, chat. Hello. We're pausing Tangia because you guys can't. Please, you just can't. I just can't trust you. Ah, yes. Ooh, ooh, scary, scary, scary. I'm gonna turn off Tangia because we don't need it. So y'all can do it all you want. It's not gonna get used. Why are you redeeming Tangia? I just said I turned it off. Are y'all special? Oh my lord. The streamer says they're turning off Tangia. Chat, they proceed to use redeems. And I'm like, okay. Okay, waste your channel points. Thank you for the Josie text. Y'all are so stupid. Y'all are so stupid. Ah, oh my god. Hi. Happy Thursday, chat. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hello, hello. Congrats who got first, second, and third. It's been a while since I've been able to watch your stream. Hi, Sis Rom. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully you guys are doing well today. Hopefully you guys have had a good week. She has the most scary thing to ever grace a Magic the Gathering tournament. Oh no. Oh no. Well, welcome, 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 welcome. Hopefully you guys are doing okay. Hopefully you guys are doing okay. I have been planning. I've been so busy. These past couple of days have been very busy. I've been very, very, very busy. I have been very busy, very busy. But we're gonna have fun today. We're gonna have fun today. I've been technically wanting to do this for a hot minute. So I'm glad to finally be able to do something more on the spooky end. I've wanted to do a lot more on the spooky end, but you know, October's been busy. It's been a very busy month. There's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of shit going on. Try to see if my phone will stream Twitch at the office. Hey yo, hey yo. Very cool, very cool. And I'm also kind of glad I delayed. Well, not delayed, but like I had a couple things come up, so I started stream just a little bit later than I originally planned because there was very, very loud cars all of a sudden wanting to drive by. So I saved you all. Don't worry, don't worry. It's always crazy. That's why October's the go. Oh yeah. Something like that. Are you busy planning on how she's going to sing I Am All of Me 30? Oh, I know. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. God. The scariest of scaries. I think it cannot be talked about because the haters will sabotage them or something like that. I don't know. What? Oh. I don't know. Anyway, but yes, today we're going to be doing some scary story readings from the almighty Reddit. The only good thing that Reddit has is really cool stories to read. The only benefit from Reddit is when you try to search a resolution for a problem and some random Reddit user from like 10 years ago had the answer, and scary stories, pretty much. Yeah. At least she'll become the ultimate life form. True. I mean, I was already that, but yeah. True. Jajauzi. Hello, Shawnee. At least it's not from 4chan. Who goes to 4chan still? What? I think the only people who go to 4chan are a certain type of people. So no. I prefer to go to, you know, non degenerate forms of places. Anyway, yes, right. It's spooky in every single way. Exactly. My corny jokes. I said, what are you gonna do? Call the bruh. Scary story. The company I applied to called me back. Oh no. Wait. Huh? Wait, that's scary. Wait a minute. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that a good thing? I think the way I would say that that's scary is if you're like, oh, the company I applied to called me back. But the punchline, the scary punchline is that company closed down like 10 years ago. It's like, whoa. Ooh. Ooh. Might have an offer for a new job. Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Join us in the somewhat employed club. Yeah. You should have jump scared chat with a job application. No. That would require me to have one to give. Scary. He was like, yeah, I was like, nah, I'm not giving you that. I'm not giving you that. The company wants to hire me. Bad news, the company wants to hire me. Oh no. See, I mean, I'm still, yeah, I was like, you're still employed. Yeah. Just, you know, not as good as it could be. Yeah. Still not joining the club. I mean, you know, it's rough out there. It's rough out there. I took what I could get. So it's not a great option, but it's an option, you know. Sometimes when you gotta pay bills, you just do the best you can. You know, you beggars can't be choosers. You know what I mean? I do have a better one. I'm sure. Oh, no. Before you get going too much on the story, it's totally random. Anyway, how do you feel about mouth washing? I don't know. I haven't watched it. I've kind of watched it, but I don't know. I'm very, I don't know. I am indifferent on both. George Clooney, get together, make a movie. Clooney says, I'll direct the camera. All right. Yeah. Also, remember, we are planning to be spooky today. So no shenanigans. So if we're in a vibe, if we're in a vibe, don't be like, hey guys, totally non-spooky thing to get us out of the immersion. No. Be spooky, damn it. We have many other streams to not be spooky. Shenanigans? No, I won't shoot off fireworks at the. I mean, I guess that could. I mean, to the people on the hall, that could be spooky. So fun isn't allowed? What the? Huh? Bruh. You'll be saying all kinds of confusing things today. I think I'm just like, huh? What? I guess spooky is not fun to you. Only spooky shenanigans. Yes, spooky. That's the whole point. That is the whole point. If spooky is not fun to you, then I don't know what to tell you. Focus, sash, endeavor, quick attack. What? What is that Pokemon statement? I just spoke it. Just talk about Star Trek. She'll be totes. That would be very spooky. Yeah, talking about Star Trek is very scary. It is very scary. You want me to enjoy science fiction that's like really intellectual? No, please, that's too scary. No. No, that's too scary. No. But anyway, so I went through quite a bit. I tried to find stories that I have perceived in the past that were really good, in my opinion, from Reddit. So I tried to proof a lot of these. I think I grabbed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I tried to grab like 9 of them. I tried to do 10, but kind of ran out of time. The meaning of matter and antimatter. But guess what? But you guys matter, so... did you know that Klingons used to have really tiny brains? Used to? Oh. You see, the trouble... Oh my god, no. We are not Star Trekking. We will not have... the usual shenanigans. You asked for it. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, I pulled quite a few stories. I tried to get some decently lengthed ones. At least ones that I liked, that I thought were really, really good. Some of them are a bit shorter than others. But we should have a fairly decent mix. If we have some time, I might pull more. But I tried to get some really good ones. So I tried. Here we go. You ever run out? There's always SCP. Yeah, but then I have to dig through all that. I'm like, I love SCP though. There's some really, really creepy SCP ones though. Let me make sure I got to the top of everything. Okay. Cool. All right. Okay. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be reading spooky stuff. We're going to be reading spooky things. I will be reading things. There will be nothing visually on the screen though, because that would require a lot of screen sharing and movement. And I was just like, nah, too much to update. Too much to update. Let's see. Oh boy, not the 570 pages of SCP. They do have quite a few. But yeah. Also, I like how a lot of you guys are, I don't know, my silly little idea that I had last night at like, I don't know, 2 in the morning seems to have been very entertaining to people. I'm glad you guys liked my many phases of Battleship. I'm glad you liked Jozo so much. I'm glad you guys like Jozo so much. I like Jozo too. Jozo is pretty great. Jozo is my true soul. Little Jozo. Yeah, exactly. No reading, just listening to Jozo's spooky voice. Jozo needs to be an emo. Jozo's too big though, unfortunately. Jozo would not unfortunately work well for an emote. Like, I could do the head of Jozo, the body of Jozo, but or like my actual body, not the jacket. But yeah, it's too big. It would be good for like a probably like a sticker or something. But yeah, too big for emote, unfortunately. Yeah, probably for like a redeem or something. Yeah, true. Waking up to bikinis. Oh, and it's so funny because that came out during I want to say 4th of July, I believe, because my designer Papa Urkawa did a gift art of all of us that he has done art for, in the Americana style bathing suits. So yeah, technically that came out like, he posted that like months ago, but you know, I felt it was a perfect utilization for it. The Bizarre Adventures of Jozo, exactly. Jozo's Bizarre Adventure, exactly. So a Jozo reference. Little Jozo's the final form of Super Saiyan 70, or oh my god. I definitely think the bikini was for, July 4th. Yeah. Pretty sure. But yeah, it existed long ago from Irkawa. And then I felt like reusing it because everyone should see Irkawa's art. Irkawa's great. I also only recently became active on Twitter. That's fair. Yeah, I was like, there's probably a lot of people just didn't see it because, you know, you didn't know I existed back then. So it's very fair. Irkawa deserves to get the love though, because their art is goated. Their art is very goated. I always knew. So some of y'all have been here since like day one. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, anyway, before we get started, any other silly shenanigans you guys want to get out of the way before we jump into spoopy readings? Because we're just gonna be reading stuff. We're gonna be reading stuff for like the next couple hours. Oh, we ready for the boat to get bented, boys? I ain't getting bented. What do you mean? What do you mean? Proceed, my goat boat. Okay, gotcha. Figure I'm like, it's like children, you know, do you have to go to the bathroom? Do you have to, you know, get out of your system now? Because we're not turning around. We're not stopping this car when we go. No, we're not turning around. She looks like her boat up. I don't know what you mean. I don't know, I've been no boat. I mean, the show on. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I don't know. There is a new concert, which is going to be pretty cool. Yeah, you should definitely check it out. It's gonna be very cool. I'm really hoping that there is going to be at least one ghost story from either a ship. I'm really hoping that there's gonna be from a ship or a museum ship. I mean, it's I didn't find any specifically, but it's all up to, you know, the subreddits. So unfortunately, I did not find any specifically for that. If you have one, you know, I can always read that, but I usually try to find stories that are really good based on, or, you know, I like them to actually be good as compared to just being specifically at a location. So unfortunately, I did not find any of that specific niche, unfortunately. With regard to the stages of battleship, what does United States ship state? What? Huh? God, I'm trying to read that, like my brain hurt. One sentence where the gamer had to pause the game to be there. Before we get sidetracked again, which Reddit post are we vibing to? What do you mean with Reddit posts? It's going to be spooky Reddit posts. Or if you're asking of which subreddit I am referring to, I usually pull stories from the No Sleep subreddit or Creepy Encounters subreddit. Those are usually the ones that I frequent the most. They usually have the best stories. In my opinion. I was joking about your states of battleship tweet. I don't get it. Sorry. I don't get it. Concert too far. I mean, unfortunately, you do understand that concerts do exist in multiple places. And I'm very, you know, and those who are probably part of the event or whoever's putting it together completely understand that not everybody is going to be eligible to go. So it is all good. Unfortunately, I do not have the ability to tell them to be like, hey, move this so that this person can go. But I understand. Sorry, I just looked back to stream and holy shit, Candle is Fire Edition. You're welcome. I try for immersion. But yeah, but we all understand. We all understand that not everybody's going to actually be able to go. It is what it is. Besides, we get Jersey this weekend. Yeah, well, yeah, technically. I mean, technically, yeah, because we do have Idlefest this weekend. Yeah, we have Idlefest this weekend. Yippee! I worked very, very hard for it. So hopefully for those of you who go, I hope you enjoy it. I worked very, very hard. So I appreciate it. So align your schedule to mine. I'm like, I know, I'm sorry. I'm fucking trying. But that has nothing to do with me. The Iowa concert has nothing to do with me, so I don't know what to tell you. So one concert on the New Jersey. I don't know. Well, you can go ask them. Whenever you get the New Jersey to reach out to us and want to do a concert. There you go. I got like 2 experiences, if okay to share, for I'm not sure what you mean, like story wise. I won't be taking any today, but appreciate the thought though. See if you stop trying to make VFleet a thing. At least not here. I give no fucks about VFleet. Anyway, streamer, be there for my convenience. I'm sorry. What if you pull a pro YouTuber move like me and just not have a schedule? Just exist. CV is on her way. She can have that. I don't care about VFeed. That's fine. That you all can enjoy VFeed, but like, stop trying to make fetch a thing. Fetch is never gonna be a thing. Anyway, real spooky schedule. I know, the spookiest of schedules is one that just doesn't exist. Anyway, Anyway, yes, get all your goofy shit out of the way now, chat, because I want to read scary stories and people want to read scary stories, and we don't need to be rambling about shenanigans that's not spooky other than Animarchy's non-existent stream schedule. It was discovered that the schedule was the ghost all along. God damn it, and he could have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you crazy kids. It is more of a meme nowadays. Yes, but you know, some memes are just not funny. Animarchy's a streamer. I know. Sometimes when he wakes up. Time to lock the fuck in. Yeah, the last question before I'm locked. Like before we lock in. Anytime I read somebody say before I lock in, I just imagine that one scene from Parasite where the dude's in the freaking holding cell or whatever, and they're questioning him, and he's like kind of not serious at all, and then he just fucking locks in super serious. That is just the mental I have with this every single time. The round two, I'm theoretically a streamer. Yeah, theoretically. Did you ever read Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark? Yes! Oh my god, I love that series. I love that so much. Now you make me want to look it up. Oh my god, those books, the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark books, I actually own. I own the collection with the original art, by the way, because apparently they changed the art for some reason. The fuck? Nani the fuck? Thank you, Animarchy. Thank you. Hey yo, salutes. Fedora. I tip my fedora to you. Monsieur. I can't say milady, but Monsieur. Thank you. Thank you. I'm training you fuckers. God damn it, bro. What the fuck? Why? Give the no. Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark was peak, except for the fucking spiders on the girl. Oh, bro, I hated that one. Honest, my dude, yeah, my buddy, my dude, exactly. There you go. It's true. There was quite a few stories in that book, by the way, that actually really it didn't sit well with me. Like they made me feel very uncomfortable, but in a good way, in a very good way. My chat. Is this the toxic masculine equivalent of getting Jozu'd? Kind of, because it's like when the dude with the fedora tries to be like the Discord moderator mentality, it's like, "M'lady," and I'm just like, my dude, thank you. I don't know. Cat time, yeah, it's lunchtime for the cat. But for real though, thank you for the gifted. I do appreciate that. But the spooky story thing, the Wendigo one was really creepy. But I think the one that always really bothered me from that series, if you've never read them, I very much recommend you read them if you have the ability to physically read it, like the book itself, like, you know, tangible physical entity. Definitely get it. It's very good. Don't go watch the movie thing that they made because just no. But there was a story about like a mother, like a daughter and her mother, and they're like traveling in Europe or something, and they go to like, the mother's like not feeling very well, so they try to find like a hotel or something. I think they're like in France or something, and they try to go to like a hotel, and like weird shit starts happening where she, like, the daughter goes, I think like out, I know what the exact one, yeah, and then she comes back, and then like her mom's gone from the room, but then like no one remembers her. Like she goes down to like the front desk, and they're like, "What do you mean? You came by yourself?" And they're like, everyone acted like she was crazy. And oh my God, it like really messed with me. I was like, what the fuck? And especially because you're in a completely different country. Oh my God, it gave me such heebie-jeebies. I was like, that would be so terrifying. I would literally be, I don't know what I'd do. I'd crash out. I would crash out. I would start, I don't know, I would summon God to give me the ability to use profanity in French. Merde. I just think of any French aggressive words that I could use to make them fear me. Oh my God. Interacting with the French is terrifying. Merde. Oh my God, you don't need to tell a spooky story. Interacting with the French is that's true. It's terrifying enough. Ooh. I only know of a woman walking around crying and say, adios. Oh no. Oh no. You say that and I'm like, isn't that the yeah, isn't it, oh my God, am I thinking the right story? Is that Rona? Is that person? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I was like, isn't that? Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. I was like, wait, I know that one. I've heard of that one. I've heard of that story. Yeah. My brain is broken. It's okay. I never had one. It's all right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I think the one story that stuck with me from the series is the one with the crow. Oh, wait. Oh, right. Isn't that with like the children? Isn't that with like the kids? They're going out and their mother kept telling them not to go like too far or whatever. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Because that's another one. That one kind of fucked me up pretty bad too. Because I was like so sad. Oh, the scarecrow. Oh, that one. Yeah, that's so raw. Oh my God. Bro, I need to read that. I need to read that too. Is there a way that I can read these online? Is there a way I could read those online? Holy crap. I feel like those stories alone are terrifying enough. Because it's like, hold on, scary stories to tell in the dark. I can't remember what the story was. Because it was like about the two kids. Oh my gosh. I can't remember now. Because they did like a movie in 2019 and that's just kind of like, I'm trying to remember which one it is. I want to say, I'm trying to find it. I think it was like the Lost. I don't remember. It's chat. It's public library time. I mean, I own it physically. I would just need to find the box that I have it in, but I do have it. If I can find it, if I can find a way to get a physical copy, I will absolutely read it on stream because those stories freak me the fuck out, honestly. Wait, what if we make Josie read the stories in the southern accent? Ain't no goddamn way. Ain't no goddamn way. Ain't no way. No. Anyway, we're gonna reach it now. So, ain't no way. I mean, I will use southern accent if it calls for it though. Well, ain't no goddamn way. I mean, it's true. Not every story was. I feel like it would take a lot of the spookiness away if, well, unless my accent. Well, I was gonna say, what are you saying? Your old time accent is not spooky. I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like it would take some of the spooky bite out of it if it's just like, you know, the yeehaw accent comes through. I don't know. Would you be scared with a yeehaw accent? I don't know. I feel like that kind of just makes it sound funny. I feel like it just makes it sound funny. I'm trying to think. Hold on a second. Now hold on. Scary stories that's on the dark. Stories. Can I have like a list of the stories, Google? Can you give me like a list of the stories? Wait. Wait, what? Oh, this person literally has a whole thing. Wait, is this a PDF with all the stories? Oh my God, the internet. God bless you. I love the internet sometimes. Sometimes the internet comes through in clutch. Y'all come back now. No, please don't come back now. Now I'm just looking because there's one that really freaked me out quite a bit. Let me see. Only sometimes. True, we in trouble. Yeah. Man, living in the leaves. Oh, on. Da, 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 da. Plus the art, bro. Oh my god. The art in this too. Because if you guys have never read Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, they redid the art supposedly in, they did like a republishing, I guess, a reprinting of it over the last couple years, I think. And they like redid the art, or they like chose less, I mean, it's fine, but like, I feel like one of the big benefits, or one of the big things that I really loved about this book and this series was like the art was so unsettling, and I feel like it paired really well with it. And that's why I'm like, I felt like changing the art just kind of took a lot of it out. No, it made it more palatable. Like it still had like a creepy essence to it. But like, here, you know what? I'm gonna hold on, chat. I'm gonna show you. I will actually screen share this. I will screen share this because you guys have to see this. I want you to understand the style of art this person has, because it is absolutely like unsettling, and I love it for that reason. Let me see. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna do this and then just like I'm gonna scoot it over because oh wait, I'm gonna have to move anyway, actually. I just realized I'm gonna move a little bit. I'm gonna move a little bit down here anyway. Okay, so you see this art, you guys, everybody see it, right? Everybody sees it, right? Right. Everyone can see, right? So less realistic, kind of. Like it takes all the bite out of it. Okay, so for like example, I'm gonna scroll to like a good example. Like, okay, here we go. You see this? You see how unsettling this is? Nope, but I closed my eyes, bruh. No, open your eyes! Open them! Perceive! Perceive! It's creepy. But you see how like it's so unsettling. Like the art style that this person does is just like, it has this like it's so unsettling. I remember like the stories would make me like kind of give me the heebie-jeebies, but I remember as a kid reading, oh, I will not bring the Spider Girl one. No. Darth does not like spiders, so that is the last thing I'm gonna bring up. Plus, I don't think it's in this version, or I don't think it's in this part of the collection. But like, it just had this like, there was just something about it that like, I don't know, like this, when I think of like something that would literally strike the biggest fear in my soul, like if I ever saw anything that looked like this art in real life, in the middle of the night or something, I think I would literally instantly expire, if you catch my drift. I think I would just literally die. Because it's so, I don't know, it's so creepy. I don't know. Go ahead. No, you can do it. No, even I don't like it, Darth. Even I hated it as a kid. I hated it. The spider is gross. It's no, even I don't want to look at it. So no, I'm doing us all a favor. I don't like it. It's creepy. But yeah, there's just something about it that had this like look at this. It's terrifying. Oh my God. It's just But yeah, so I show this because like I think that story is just literally he just looks like that. The spider art is fucked. Look, it was like, never mind. Don't okay. Whiplash. It was just, oh my God, emotional whiplash. I've seen where, bruh literally said, that's scary, but I've had it worse. Okay. Anyway. That I didn't ask, but cool. The point is that when they redid it, the reason I brought this up is because what unfortunately happened is apparently they did a reprinting and they like completely changed it, I guess, where it's just like, I don't know, like it took a lot of like the really raw style to it, and it made it more like, I don't know, I guess a lot of stuff didn't look like, because this clearly looks very blood-like, and you know, so they would, you know, not make it like this. They would probably wouldn't have this. I don't know, like it didn't look as whatever. I don't know. It was very weird. It was very strange. Oh, the Wendigo! Oh, the Wendigo! Oh my god, the Wendigo one is so good. Oh my god, I hated the Wendigo. It was so good. You say, bro, needs some moisturizer. You know what cures all this shit? Fire. True. The artist really said, I'm gonna traumatize these children. Ain't no one could stop me. It's true. It's true. It's true. He did. He literally did. They traumatized me as a child, but it was great. They toned everything. Yeah, they did. They really, really did. They toned it down because the new children aren't being forged as strong as they're. I don't know, man. It was as a youth, I was very disturbed. Very disturbed, though. It was very creepy. But yeah, I very much love this series. I very much recommend you watch the series. Or watch it. Read the series. The babysitter one is the typical, you know, the call is coming from inside the house. But it's very good. It's very, very good. I always loved these as a kid. Some of them were kind of funny, but most of them were creepy. So I believe, if I remember correctly, a lot of them were based, or he took inspiration from like ancient, like well, not ancient, but like folklore and stuff. But like, look at this art style, bruh. It's so unsettling. I was very disturbed, but did you die though? And a little bit of me died slowly. Bangers. It really was. It really was. I hate it. Well, I mean, I sought these books out myself, so I mean, I brought it on myself. But I liked to be scared. Because I guess I'm a masochist. I don't know. But I liked reading this stuff as a kid. So I don't know. It really unsettled me and gave me nightmares sometimes. But yeah, I don't know. I really like this. Oh, the cat. The cat. This reminds me of my first spooky moment in life for some reason. Oh no. Disturbed. Remember the leaked Pokemon files which were never released? Ooh, that was fuck. That's more disturbing. But yeah, that is definitely more disturbing for sure. Still petable. Exactly. The cat's cute. At least they left the cat alone. But yeah, there's multiple books. There was, I think, 3 books in total, and then they made like an anthology, or like a big book, which is the one that I think I bought because, well, man, I think I want to go find the originals and get the originals. But yeah, the art is very, very cool. So yeah, I very much recommend this series. If you've never read it before, go read them. Go read them if you can find them online somewhere. They're very good. Very spooky, and they've been around for a very long time. So yeah. Very worth. Pretty sure I got all of mine at the school book fair. Yeah, I think I had, well, I mean, I read them at school as well, and then would take them, I not take them, but like I checked them out at the library. So yeah, it's concerning that Lovecraft has changed me. I mean, I feel like a lot of people got changed by Lovecraft, whether it was for good or bad, but yeah, true. The art looks super cool. Yeah, a lot of people love the style. You're amazing. No, Uno reversed. You're amazing. But hi, Panda. To this day, the original 28 Days Later is my kryptonite. Oh, 28 Days Later is good. I haven't thought about 28 Days Later in a hot minute. It has been a hot minute. Anyway, we're going to read shit now. We're going to read shit now. But it's not shit that we're reading. We're reading good shit. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Josie changed me. I fear for the worst. As you should. Good. Good. Learn. Adapt. I trust you will be stronger now. It's, what is it? I'm building character. I'm building character for you. By the way, get meme. Fuck you too, question mark? Fuck you too, question mark? Was it 28 days later is amazing. Yeah. True. Okay, so for the first story, pick a number between, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pick between 1 and 9, chat. Pick a number between 1 and 9. Pick a number. Quick. Do it quickly or else you get nothing. Of course you fuckers picking pi and 19. You know what? You guys get thrown into the void. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Oh my god, it's so stupid. All right, I'm seeing 7 the most. I've seen 7 like 3 times now. So we will probably do 7. Oh my god, I swear. Some of you probably live alone and I think I know why. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I say that with love and slight disrespect in my heart. I say that from a it is because of you. Damn right I do. It's okay. I do it. Anyway, look for a bit. I'm gonna get pizza for this. Ooh, yeah. Do it. I say that with love, guys. I say that with love. Remember, chat. I am a younger sibling. I am the baby. I'm the baby sibling. It is my job to smack you all around emotionally. It's my job. I will not call it a particular word because some of you guys, for some reason, have this thing that happens. Some neuron activates in your brain when I use certain words. So I have learned not to use them. But yeah. So I have younger sibling energy, and I'm not saying it. Thank you for Battleship Pet Pets. So we put Brosy in the water tank. You know what? I changed my answer. Fuck you. Square root of 49. Don't complain when I kick your emotional shins. That's fine. I kick right back. It's fine. 7, exactly. 7. It looks like 7's gonna be the number. He's gonna be the. That's what I was like. I saw the square root of 49. I'm like, oh, so okay, 7. I'm like, all right, good to know. But we'll do 7 because I think 7 is like the magical number that everybody keeps picking. Next, Josie will call us a baka next. No, I just call y'all stupid. Why you so stupid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Ooh, you guys picked a longer one. Ooh, good. Okay. And this one's actually pretty good in my opinion. Okay. Gotcha. Let's see. I will fight you if you bully me too much. But it's my job. Since everyone, Chad always wants to be like, oh, I just said bully the streamer. Well, too bad. Elmo fights back, bitch. Bitch. Doesn't matter. My battleship can't possibly be this cute. Maybe. I don't know. Bitch comes with fisticuffs. Okay. All right, chat. Let's see. Do you guys want to have story with reverb? Do you guys want to have story with reverb or just normal voice? Normal voice or reverb? I don't know. What keeps the immersion better? I mean, I can lessen the reverb so it's not so much, but normal probably. Okay. Personally, no more. Okay, gotcha. Cool. All right. Time to be spooky serious. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so this one, the reverb might get annoying after a while. I'll use it for emphasis on things. But anyway, so the first one, I think some of you guys might like this one if you haven't heard this one before. Because I frequent the No Sleep subreddit quite frequently. Me and this subreddit, it's like, I kind of live here. It's very, very good. Thought we weren't with the 7th. 6, 7. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm going to shoot myself. Anyway, the story we're going to do is from the No Sleep subreddit, which if you've never gone to the No Sleep shut up. The No Sleep subreddit, you should. I thought we went with the 7th. We did. This is the 7th one. This is the 7th story. Shut. What's wrong? Has it left you with no sleep? I have gone many nights where I did not sleep because the stories were so creepy and I read them for many, many hours. So kind of, sort of. But anyway, this one is the title of this one. The title of this one is I am a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service, and they have many stories to tell. So this one's pretty good. I actually like this one. This one it's kind of like my go-to. Like, I've read this one a while ago, a good long while ago. So anytime I think of like, ooh, what's a good recommendation for like a creepy story to send to somebody, this is definitely one of them because it's really cool. I like stories that kind of have an essence of realism in it because I feel like that adds more creepy factor to it. But yeah, so this one is about a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service, which I would never want to do. So anyway, so this is starting with their speaking. So I wasn't sure where else to post these stories, so I figured I'd share them here. I've been an SAR officer for a few years now, and along the way, I've seen some things that I think you guys will be interested in. I have a pretty good track record for finding missing people. Most of the time, they just wander off the path or slip down a small cliff, and they can't find their way back. The majority of them have heard the old stay where you are thing, and they don't wander far. But I've had 2 cases where that didn't happen. Both bother me a lot, and I use them as motivation to search even harder on the missing persons cases I get called on. The first was a little boy who was out berry picking with his parents. He and his sister were together, and both of them went missing around the same time. Their parents lost sight of them for a few seconds, and in that time, both the kids apparently wandered off. When their parents couldn't find them, they called us, and we came out to search the area. We found the daughter pretty quickly, and when we asked where her brother was, she told us that he'd been taken away by the bear man. She said he gave her berries and told her to stay quiet, that he wanted to play with my brother for a while. Fucking weird. The last she saw of her brother, he was riding on the shoulders of the bear man and seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was, abduction, of course, but we never found a trace of another human being in that area. The little girl was also insistent that he wasn't a normal man, but that he was tall and covered in hair like a bear would, and that he had a weird face. We searched that area for weeks. It was one of the longest calls I've ever been on, but we never found a single trace of that kid. The other was a young woman who was out hiking with her mom and her grandpa. According to the mother, her daughter had climbed up a tree to get a better view of the forest, which is kind of stupid, but okay, and she'd never come back down. They waited at the base of the tree for hours, calling her name before they called for help. Again, we searched everywhere, and we never found a trace of her. I have no idea where she could possibly have gone, because neither her mother or grandpa ever saw her come down. Be like, bruh, imagine just disappearing in a fucking tree. What the fuck? Anyway, a few times I've been out on my own searching with a canine, and they've tried to lead me straight up cliffs. Not hills, not even rock faces, just straight sheer cliffs with no possible handholds. It's always baffling to me, and in those cases, we usually find the person on the other side of the cliff or miles away from where the canine has led us. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it's sort of strange. Yeah, I don't know how that works. One particular sad case, though, involved the recovery of a body. A 9-year-old girl fell down an embankment and got impaled on a dead tree at the base. It was a complete freak accident, but I'll never forget the sound her mother made when we told her what had happened. She saw the body bag being loaded into the ambulance, and she let out the most hauntingly heartbroken wail I've ever heard. It was like her whole life was crashing down around her, and part of her had died with her daughter. I heard from another SAR officer. Oh, I'm not gonna say the rest of that part, but unfortunately, yeah, that part didn't end too well. The next part. I was teamed up with another SAR officer because we'd received reports of bears in the area. We were looking for a guy who hadn't come home from a climbing trip when he was supposed to, and we ended up having to do some serious climbing to get to where we figured he'd be. We found him trapped in a small crevice with a broken leg. It was not pleasant. He'd been there for almost 2 days, and his leg was very obviously infected. We were able to get him into a chopper, and I heard one of the EMTs that the guy was absolutely inconsolable. He kept talking about how he'd been doing fine, and when he'd gotten to the top, a man had been there. He said that the guy had no climbing equipment, and he was wearing a parka and ski pants. He walked up to the guy, and when the guy turned around, he said he had no face. It was just blank. He freaked out and ended up trying to get off the mountain way too fast, which is why he'd fallen. He said he could hear the guy all night climbing down the mountain and letting out these horrible muffled screams. That story bothered the hell out of me, and I'm glad I wasn't there to hear it. But one of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search for a young woman who had gotten separated from our hiking group. We were out until late at night because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curled up under a large rotted log. She was missing her shoes and her pack, and she was clearly in shock. She didn't have any injuries, and we were able to get her to walk with us back to base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking why that big man with black eyes was following us. We couldn't see anyone, so we just wrote it off as some weird symptoms of shock. But the closer we got to the base, the more agitated the woman got. She kept asking to tell him to stop making faces at her. At one point, she stopped and turned around and started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him, she said, and she wouldn't give us to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from all around us. It was almost like coughing, but more rhythmic and deep. It was almost insect-like. I don't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me and her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at the scar on your neck." I have a very small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar, and I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right after she says it, I hear that weird coughing right in my ear and just about jumped out of my skin. I hustled her to ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was, but I have to say I was really happy when we left the area that night. This is my last one, though, that I'll tell, and it's probably the weirdest story I have. Now, I don't know if this is true in every SAR unit, but in mine, it's sort of an unspoken, regular thing we run into. You can try asking about it with other SAR officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it by our superiors, and at this point, we've all gotten so used to it that it doesn't even seem weird anymore. On just about every case where we're really far into the wilderness, I'm talking like 30, 40 miles, at some point, we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me to not worry about it and that it's normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told very empathetically that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them because it happens so frequently. I have a lot more stories, and I suppose if anyone's interested, I'll tell them more tomorrow. If anyone had theories about the stairs or if you've seen them too, let me know. And I think they also have wait, when did they do a part 2? What? They have a part 2? When was this posted? Yo! Oh my God, there was a part 2? I didn't even know about this. Oh my God. Okay, they have more. Bonus! Okay, sweet. Cool. There we go. So part 2. So maybe we'll go this. Let me see how long this one is. All around the stories. Story with the free side of story. I know, right? Okay. So part 2. It says News stories. Okay. As far as missing persons go, I'd say about half the calls I get are related to that. The others are rescue calls. People who fall down cliffs, hurt themselves, get injured by fires. You wouldn't believe how often this happens. Mostly drunk kids. Get bitten or stung by animals or insects. We're a tight team and we have veterans who are excellent at finding signs of lost people. That's what makes these cases where we never find any traces of them so frustrating. One in particular was upsetting for all of us because we did find a trace of them, but it just led to more questions than answers. An older man had been hiking alone on a well-established trail, but his wife called to say that he hadn't come home when he should have. Apparently, he had a history of seizures, and she was worried that he hadn't taken his medication and had suffered one out on the trail. Before you ask, I have no idea why he thought it was okay to go out alone or why she didn't go with him. I don't ask about that kind of thing because past a certain point, it really doesn't matter. Someone is missing and it's my job to find them. We went out in a standard search formation and it wasn't long before one of our vets found signs that the guy had gone off the trail. We grouped up and followed him, spreading out in a fan to make sure we were covering as much ground as possible. Suddenly, a call comes over the radio telling us to all head back to the vet's location, and we come right away, because this usually means the missing person is injured and we need a full team to help get them out safely. We meet back up, and the vet is just standing at the base of a tree with his hands on the sides of his head. I ask my buddy what's going on, and he points up into the branches of this tree. I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing, but there's a walking stick dangling from a branch and at least 30 feet off the ground. The little strap thing on the handle has been looped around the branch, and it's just hanging there. There's no way the guy could have tossed it up that far, and we don't see any other signs that he's still in the area. We call up into the tree, but it's obvious no one's in it. We all just sort of left scratching our heads. We kept searching for the guy, but we never found him. We even bring our canines out, but they lose his scent long before this tree. Eventually, the search is called off because there are just no other calls we have to attend to. And past a certain point, there's not much we can do. The guy's wife called us every day for months asking if we'd found her husband, and it was heartbreaking to hear her get more and more hopeless each time. I'm not sure why this call in particular was so upsetting, but I think it was just the sheer improbability of it. That and the questions that were raised. How the hell had this guy's cane ended up there? Did someone kill him and toss that up there as some weird trophy? We did our best to find him, but it was almost like a taunt. We still talk about that one from time to time. The pterodactyls got him. No. Oh, God. It could be. Who knows? It says, missing kids are the most heartbreaking, though. Doesn't matter what circumstances they go missing under. It's never easy, and we always dread the ones we find deceased. It's not common, but it does happen. I guess this other person who does stories is this other person that talks a lot about kids SAR teams find in places they shouldn't be or couldn't be. And I can honestly say I've heard about this kind of thing happening more than I've seen it. But I'll share one of the ones that I think about a lot and I witnessed myself personally. A mother and her 3 kids were out for a picnic in an area of the park that has a small lake. One is 6, one is 5, and the other is about 3. She's watching them all really closely, and according to her, she never lets them out of her sight at any time. She never saw anyone else in the area either, which is important. She packs their stuff up and they start to head back to the parking area. Now, this lake is only about 2 miles into the woods and it's on a very clearly established trail. It's almost impossible to get lost getting from the parking area to it, unless you're deliberately going off the path like an imbecile. Her kids are walking in front of her when she hears what sounds like someone coming up the path behind her. She turns around, and in the 4 or so seconds she's not looking, her 5-year-old son vanishes. She figures he stepped off the trail to pee or something, and she asks her other 2 where he went. They both tell her that a big man with a scary face came out of the woods next to them, took the kid's hand and led him into the trees. The remaining kids don't seem upset. In fact, she says later that it seems like they've been drugged. They're sort of spacey and fuzzy. So, of course, she freaks out. Bro, you say this and I'm thinking, is this like the story with FNAF? Is this the FNAF movie? So, of course, she freaks out, starts looking frantically in the area for her kid. She's screaming his name, and she says at one point she thinks she heard him answer her. Now, obviously, she can't go blindly running into the woods. She's got the other 2 kids, so she calls the police and they send us out immediately. We respond and we start to search for him. Over the course of this search, which spans miles. We never find a single trace of this kid. Canines can't pick up any scent. We don't find any clothing or broken bushes or literally anything that would signify a child being there. FNAF, the bite of 87. Of course, there's suspicion about the mother for a while, but it's pretty clear that she's completely destroyed by the whole thing. We look for this kid for weeks with a lot of volunteer help, but eventually the search peters out and we have to move on. The volunteers keep searching though, and one day we get a call on the radio letting us know that a body had been found and needs to be recovered. They tell us the location and none of us can believe it. We figure it has to be a different kid, but we go out there about 15 miles from the site where he vanished. And sure enough, we find the body of the kid we've been looking for. I've been trying to figure out how this kid got where he did ever since we found him, and I've never come up with an answer. A volunteer just happened to be in the area because he figured he might as well look in places no one else would think to go on the off chance the body had been dumped. He comes to the base of a tall, rocky slope, and halfway up, he sees something. He looks through his binoculars, and sure enough, it's the body of a boy stuffed in a little opening in the rock. He recognizes the color of the kid's shirt, so he knows right away that it's the missing child. That's when he calls it in, and we were dispatched. It took us about an hour to get his body down, and none of us could believe what we were seeing. Not only was this kid 15 miles from where he'd started, there was no possible way he could have gotten up there on his own. This slope is treacherous, and it's hard even for us with our climbing gear to get up there. A 5-year-old boy had no way of getting up there. Of that, I am certain. Not only that, but the kid doesn't have a scratch on him. His shoes are gone, but his feet aren't damaged or dirty. So it wasn't as if an animal dragged him up there. And from what we can tell, he hasn't been dead that long. He's been out there over a month by that point, and it looked like he'd only been dead for maybe at most a day or two. The whole thing was unbelievably strange and was one of the most disconcerting calls I've ever been on. We found out later that the coroner determined that the kid had died from exposure. He'd frozen to death, probably late at night, 2 days before we found him. There were no suspects and no answers. To this date, it's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. I'd recognize that shirt anywhere. True. I do not fuck with that at all. I know, I'm like, what the fuck? That's weird. Let's see, next one. One of my first jobs as a trainee was a search op for a 4-year-old kid that had gotten separated from his mom. This one was one of those cases where we knew we were going to find him because the dogs were on a strong scent trail, and we saw clear signs that he was in the area. We ended up finding him in a berry patch about half a mile from where he'd been last seen. Kid wasn't even aware that he'd wandered that far. One of the vets brought him back, and which I was glad for because I'm really not good with kids, and I find it hard to talk to them and keep them company. As my trainer and I are heading back, she decides to take me on a detour to show me one of the hot spots where we tend to find missing people. It's a natural dip in the land near a popular trail, and people will usually move downhill because it's easier. We hike out there, and it's a few miles away, and we get there in about an hour or so. As we're walking around the area and she's pointing out places she's found people in the past, I see something in the distance. Now, this area we're in is about 8 miles from the main parking area, though there's back roads you can take to get closer if you don't want to hike that far, but we're on state protected land, which means that there can't be any kinds of commercial or residential developments out there. The most you'll ever see is a fire tower or makeshift shelter that homeless people think they can get away with building. But I can see from here that whatever this thing is has straight edges, and if there's one thing you'll learn quickly, it's that nature rarely makes straight lines. I point it out, but she doesn't say anything. She just hangs back and lets me wander over and check it out. I get within about 20 feet of it, and all the hair on the back of my neck stands up. Oh, it's the staircase! It's a staircase in the middle of the fucking woods. In the proper context, it would literally be the most benign thing ever. It's just a normal staircase with beige carpet and about 10 steps tall. But instead of being in a house where it obviously should be, it's just out here in the middle of the woods. The sides aren't carpeted, obviously, and I can see the wood it's made of. It's almost like a video game glitch, where the house has failed to load completely and the stairs are the only thing visible. I stand there, and it's like my brain is working overtime to try and make sense of what I'm seeing. My trainer comes and stands next to me, and she just stands there casually, looking at it as if it's the least interesting thing in the world. I ask her what the fuck this thing is doing here, and she just chuckles. Get used to it, Ricky. You're gonna see a lot of them. I start to move closer, but she grabs my arm hard. I wouldn't do that, she says. Her voice is casual, but her grip is tight, and I just stand there looking at her. You're gonna see them all the time, but don't go near them. Don't touch them. Don't go up to them. Just ignore them. I start to ask her about it, but something in the way she's looking at me tells me that it's best if I don't. We end up moving on, and the subject doesn't come up again for the rest of my training. She was right, though. I'd say about every 5th call I go on, I end up running across a set of stairs. Sometimes they are relatively close to the path, maybe within 2 or 3 miles. Sometimes they're 20, 30 miles out, literally in the middle of nowhere, and I only find them during the broadest searches of or training weekend. They're usually in good condition, but sometimes it looks like they've been out there for miles. All different kinds, all different sizes. The biggest I ever saw looked like they came out of a turn-of-the-century mansion and were at least 10 feet wide, with steps leading up at least 15 or 20 feet. I've tried talking about it with people, but they just give me the same response my trainer did. It's normal, don't worry about it, it's not a big deal, but don't go close to them or up them. When trainees ask me about it now, I give them the same response. I don't really know what else to tell them. I'm really hoping someday I get a better answer, but it hasn't happened yet. I don't know. I don't want to find stairs. A lot of my less outdoorsy friends want to know if I've ever seen the goat man while I've been out on calls. Oh God, goat man. Unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, I've never had anything quite like that happen. I guess the closest was the whole black-eyed man thing, but I didn't see anything. However, there was one call where I had something kind of similar happen, but I'm not sure I'm willing to chalk it up to the goat man per se. We'd gotten a report that an older woman had fainted along one of the trails and needed assistance getting back down the main area. We hike up to where she's at, and her husband is just beside himself. He runs, well, I guess more jogs, to us, and tells us that he was a little ways off the trail looking at something when his wife starts screaming behind him. He runs back to her, and she's passed out on the trail. We get her on a backboard, and as we're getting her down to the welcome center, she comes to and starts screaming again. I calm her down and ask her what happened. I can't remember verbatim what she said, but essentially what happened was this. She'd been waiting for her husband when she started hearing this really strange sound. She said it sounded sort of like a cat, but it was off somehow, and she couldn't quite figure out why. She went a little ahead to try and hear it better, and it sounded like it was coming closer. She said the closer it got, the more uneasy she was, until she finally figured out what was wrong. I do remember this next part because it was so weird that I don't think I could forget it if I tried. She says it wasn't a cat, it was a man saying the word meow over and over. Just meow. But it wasn't a man. It couldn't have been because I've never heard a man make his voice buzz like that. I thought my hearing aid was going out, but it wasn't. I adjusted it and it just sounded all buzzy. It was awful. He was coming closer, but I couldn't see him. And the closer he got, the more scared I was. And the last thing I remember was a shape coming out of the trees. I guess that's when I fainted. Now, obviously, I'm a little perplexed as to why a guy would be out in the fucking woods chanting meow meow at people. So once we get down the mountain, I tell my superior that I'm going to search the area to see if I can find anything. He gives me the go-ahead and I grab a radio and hike back to where she fainted. I don't see anyone, so I keep going about a mile more, and when I head back, I go off the trail to see if I can figure out what she saw coming from, or where she saw him coming from. It's almost sunset by this point, and I don't have any desire to be out at night alone, so I just sort of write it off and make a mental note to check it out again tomorrow. But as I'm heading back, I start to hear something in the distance. I stop, and I call out for anyone in the immediate area to identify themselves. The sound didn't come closer or get louder, but it sounded exactly like a man saying meow meow in this really odd monotone. As comical as it makes it sound, it was almost like that guy on South Park with, oh my God, the electrolarynx. Yeah. Ned, I go off the trail in the direction I think it's coming from, but I never seem to get closer. It's almost like it's coming from all directions. Eventually, it just sort of fades out, and I end up going back to the welcome center. I didn't get any further reports like that, and even though I went back to that area, I never heard that exact sound again. I suppose it could have been some stupid kid out there fucking with people, but even I have to admit it was weird. But it looks like he has a part 3, but I won't do that. I won't do the part 3. But like, that's weird, bro. Like woods are weird, man. Woods are weird. I love I've grown to really enjoy being out in nature, but I don't think I really like nature in that regard, honestly. I don't think I really like nature, especially when it gets weird like that. I don't know. How do you guys feel about nature? What would you do, actually? What do you do? Do you guys like being out in the woods? Do you guys go out on trails? I would, well, I don't know. Nature is cool until it's not. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I feel like nature's really cool until it magically becomes not. Nope, out. When they say not to worry about phantom stairs, right? I'd be like, I don't know about that, but okay. All right. Oh no. So what's the post about European forests being hee hee ha ha fairies and gnomes, and US woods is evil monsters that copies your voice? Yes! Oh my god. The fucking skinwalkers, bro. If I'm out in the woods, something has gone horribly wrong. True. I used to do search and rescue, so I've been in the woods a lot, but don't go to the voice calling. Wait, don't go to the voice calling your name in the night. Yeah, true. Okay. All right, chat. Pick a number between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do between 1 and 8. 1 and 8. 1 and 8. Pick a number between 1 and 8. I'm gonna let you guys pick the direction for the next one. I'm gonna see the first number to get multiples. I'm seeing 4. 4. It looks like I'm seeing 4. And remember, if you hear whistling in the dark, don't respond. Don't go in that direction. Yeah. 4. So you say 4, and I'm like, no. That just makes me think of Jin from League of Legends. And I'm like, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It's a trap, clearly. Yes. We've got... It looks like 4 might be the number. It looks like we might do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, it's funny. Speaking of whistling. 4 for Wendy's. Hey, yo. All right, speaking of whistling, ironically, you guys picked a story that deals with whistling. Okay. This next one's kind of longer. It's a little longer, but this one is not a what do you call it? This is not a like real life thing. Wendy's 4 for 4. 4 for 4. Obviously, but is it worth? Okay, so this next one is also from the No Sleep subreddit. Pretty much most of them are from this, but it's kind of like a little half and half, but it's a majority from the No Sleep subreddit, but some of them are from Creepy Encounters. But this one is called Something Walks Whistling Past My House Every Night at 3:30. Since we were talking about whistling. But let me hydrate real quick. Okay. All right. So we got this next one. And like I said, this one's a little bit longer. Okay. So here we go. Every night, no matter the weather, something walks down our street whistling softly. You can only hear it if you're in the living room or the kitchen when they walk by, and it always starts at exactly 3:03. The sound starts faint somewhere near the beginning of the lane near the Carson place, which is, I guess, one of their neighbors. We're towards the middle of the street, so the whistling moves past us before fading away in the direction of the cul-de-sac. When I was younger, My sister and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights to listen. Mom and Dad didn't like that, and we'd catch hell if they found us out there, but they were never too hard on us since we always stuck to the big rule. Don't try to look at whatever was whistling. My neighborhood is a funny place though. I've lived here since I was 6, and I love it. The houses are small, but well kept. Good-sized yards, plenty of places to roam. There's a lot of other kids here my age. I turned 13 back in October. We grew up together and would always play foursquare in the cul-de-sac or roam around from back porch to back porch in the summer. This was a good place to grow up. I'm old enough to see it, and there's only the 2 strange things here, the night whistling and the good luck. The whistling never bothered me much. Like I said, I couldn't even hear it from my bedroom, but Mom and Dad don't like talking about it, so I've stopped asking questions. My dad is a strong guy, tall and calm. He has an accent since he moved to the US as a kid. His family, my grandparents, they're from the islands. That's what they call it. My dad, the only time he isn't so calm is if the whistler comes up. He talks a little quicker then, eyes move faster, and he tells us to not think about it so much and to always remember the one big rule, the big rule. Don't try to look outside when the whistler goes past. Not that we could look even if we wanted to. See, there are shutters on the inside of every window, thick pieces of heavy canvas that pull down from the top and latch at the bottom of the window frame. Each latch even has a small lock, about the size of what you'd find on a diary. My dad locks these shutters every night before we all go to bed and keeps the key in his room. My mom, I don't know what she thinks about the whistling. I've seen her out in the living room before at 3:03 when the sound starts. I could see her if I cracked my door open just an inch to peek. She's not out there often. At least I haven't caught her much. But once or twice a month, I think she sits out there on our big red couch just listening. The whistler has the same tune every night. It's cheerful. Remember how I said that there are 2 things about where I live? Well, besides our night whistler, everyone in my neighborhood is just really lucky. It's hard to explain, and Dad doesn't like us talking about this part much either, but good things just seem to happen to people around here a lot. Usually it's small things, like winning a radio contest or getting an unexpected promotion at work, or finding some arrowheads buried in the yard, like authentic kind. The weather's pretty good and there's no crime, and everybody's gardens bloom extra bright in the fall. A million little blessings, I've heard my mom say about living here. But the main reason we stay here, why we moved here in the first place, is my sister Nola. She was born very sick, something with her lungs. We couldn't even bring her home when she was born, only visit her in the hospital. She was so small, I remember, small even compared to the other babies. A machine had to breathe for her. We moved into our house here to be closer to the hospital. And as soon as we moved here, Nola started getting better. The doctors couldn't figure it out. They chalked it up to whatever they were doing, but all we could tell they were all just confused. But my parents knew, and even I knew, Nola getting better was just another of the million little blessings we got for living in our neighborhood. So that's why we stayed even after we found out that for every small miracle that happens here every day, now and then, some bad things do happen. But they only happen if you look for the whistler, it seems. See, our neighborhood has a welcoming committee. They show up with the typical macaroni casserole and a gift basket and a manila folder whenever someone new moves in. They're very friendly. 4 people show up when we moved in 7 years ago. The committee made small talk, gave me a Snickers bar, and took turns holding Nola. It was her first week out of the hospital, so they were extra careful. Then the committee asked to speak to my parents in private. So I was sent to my room where I still managed to hear nearly every word. The welcoming committee told my parents about how nice the neighborhood was. Really exceptionally, hard to explain kind of nice. And then they told my parents about the even harder to explain whistling that happened every morning at 3:03 and ended at the tick of 3:05. The group, our new neighbors, warned my parents that the whistling was quiet, would never harm or hurt us, as long as we didn't look for what was making the sound. This part they stressed, and I pushed my ear into the door, straining to hear them. People who went looking for the whistler had their luck change, sometimes drastically. A black cloud would hang over anyone that looked. Anything that could go wrong would. The manila envelope the committee brought over contained newspaper clippings, stories about car crashes and ruined lives, public deaths, and freak accidents. Not everyone dies, I heard the head of the committee tell my dad, but the life goes out of them. Even if they live, there's no light in them ever again. No presence. My mom, I could tell, she wasn't taking it seriously. She kept asking if this was some kind of prank they played on new neighbors. At one point, my mom got angry, accused the committee of trying to scare us out of our new home, asked them if they were racist on account of my dad being from the islands. My dad calmed her down and told her he could tell our new neighbors were being sincere and they were just trying to help us. He explained that he grew up hearing these kinds of stories from his mom, and he knew that there were strange things that walked among us. Some of those things were good and some were bad, but most were just different. After the committee left, Dad went out of the hardware store, bought the canvas blinds, the latches, and the locks, and installed them on every window in the house after dinner. The first night in our new home, I crept out of my room at 3 a.m. only to find my dad awake, sitting on the living room couch, holding my baby sister. My dad held up his finger in a shush motion, but patted the couch next to him. I sat and we waited. At least exactly 3:03, we heard the whistling. It came and it went, just like our neighbor said. The whistling returns each night, and we never look, and we enjoy our million little blessings every day. Nola breathes on her own, and she's grown into a strong, clever girl. My dad even joined the welcoming committee. We don't get new neighbors often. Why would anyone want to leave? But when a new family moves in, my dad and the committee bring them the macaroni casserole, the gift basket, and the manila folder. I can always tell by the look on my dad's face when he comes back if the family took the committee seriously or if we'd be getting new neighbors again very soon. Not long ago, though, a family moved in directly next to us. The previous owner, Miss Maddie, passed away at the age of 105. She'd lived a good, long life. Our new neighbors seemed like they'd fit in just fine. They believed the welcoming committee, took my dad's advice about locking shutters since they had a young child of their own. Whatever newspaper clippings were in the manila envelope, whatever evidence my dad never let us see, but I imagine it must have been awfully convincing since our neighbors got along with no issues for the first month. One night, though, when our new neighbors had to leave town, they sent their son, Holden, to stay with us. He was 12, a year younger me in school. I didn't know him well before that night, but as soon as his parents dropped him off after dinner, I could tell it was going to be a bad time. "Do you know who's always out there whistling every night?" Holden asked the moment the adults left the room. The three of us were sitting in the den. Some Disney movie was playing idly on the television. My sister and I exchanged a glance. "We don't talk about that," I said. "I think it's that weirdo that lives in the big yellow house on the corner," Holden said. "Mr. Tolles?" my sister asked. "No way. He's really nice." Holden shrugged. "Must be a psycho killer then." Nola tensed. "We don't talk about it," I repeated. "Let's go in my room and play Nintendo." Nintendo! We spent the next few hours playing games, eating popcorn, and then watching movies. A typical sleepover, but I could see Holden was getting antsy. After my parents had wished us a good night, locked the blinds, and gone to bed, Holden stood up from his beanbag and walked over to where Nola and I were sitting on my bed. "Have you ever tried looking?" he asked. "It's nearly time." Like most sleepovers, we'd conveniently ignored any suggestion of a bedtime. I was shocked to see he was right. It was almost 3 a.m. I sighed. "We don't." "See, I can't. I can't even try to look because my dad locks the blinds every night and hides the key," he continued, ignoring me. "So does our dad," said Nola. "No," replied Holden. "No, he doesn't." "You saw him do it," I said, a little sharper than I meant to sound. Holden grinned. "Your dad locks the blinds, yeah, but he doesn't hide the key. He keeps it right on his normal keychain." "So?" I asked, worried I already knew what he would say next, because I had noticed that my dad didn't bother hiding the key anymore after all these years, because he knew we took it seriously. "So after your dad locked up before your parents went to bed, I went to the bathroom, and on my way, I may have peeked into their rooms, and I may have seen your dad's keychain on his nightstand, and I maybe went and borrowed the key to the blinds." Nola and I stared at his grin as his grin only grew wider. "You're lying," I said. Holden shrugged. You can check if you want. Just open your parents' door and look. You'll see his keychain right there on the nightstand. Stay here, I told both of them. Don't move a muscle. I hurried over to my parents' room, but hesitated at the door. If Holden wasn't lying, my dad would be angry. Beyond angry. I was scared thinking about it, but more scared of an open window with the Whistler right outside. I opened the door, barely an inch, and looked in, but it was too dark to see. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the room. 2 steps into the dark, I froze. The whistling started, and I could hear it clearly from my parents' room. I never realized, but they must have heard the sound every night since we moved into the house. They never told us. I don't think I could have slept through it. I stood there, listening to the whistling come closer, unsure whether I should turn on a light or call out for my dad. Soft sounds from the living room brought me back to reality. Nola, I yelled. I'm not going to yell that. Running out of my parents' room. Holden and Nola were standing near the front door next to a window. Holden wasn't lying. I could see him fumbling with the lock on one of the blinds. I heard a click. He did have the key. Holden let out a quick laugh. Nola stood next to him, hunched up, afraid, but maybe curious. The whistling was right outside our house now. I think I made a sound, called out, I can't remember. Time felt frozen. Clock hands nailed to the face, but I found myself moving. I'm not fast. I've never been athletic. Somehow, though, I covered the space between myself and Nola in a moment. My eyes were locked on her, but I heard Holden pull the blind all the way down so it could release. I heard the snap of it start to raise, and I heard the whistling just on the other side of the window. But I had my arms around Nola, and I turned us so she was facing away from the window. At the same time, I jammed my eyes shut. The blinds whipped open. The whistling stopped. I felt Nola shaking in my arms. Don't look away, I told her. Don't turn around. We were positioned so that she was facing back towards the hallway, and I was facing the window. My eyes were still closed, though. I felt her nod into my shoulder. I reached out with my arm, not holding Nola, and tried to touch Holden. My hand brushed against his arm. He was shaking worse than Nola. Holden? I asked. Silence. I reached past him and gingerly felt for the window, eyes still sealed shut. The glass was cold against my fingertips, colder than it should have been for this time of the year. I moved my hand up the window, searching for the sling for the blind. The glass began to feel warmer the further I reached, and there was a gentle hum feeding back into my fingertips. I tried not to think about what might be on the other side of the window. Finally, I touched the string and yanked the blind shut. I opened my eyes. In the dim light leaking out from the kitchen, I could make out Holden, pale and small, staring at the now closed window. Holden? I asked again. He turned towards me, and he screamed. Everything became a flurry of motion. Lights sparked to life in the hall, then the living room. My parents' footsteps thudded across the hardwood floor. I didn't turn to look back at them. My eyes were glued on Holden. He was pale, had bit his lips so hard that there was a thin red line of blood running down his chin, and he'd wet himself. What happened? My dad asked from behind me. I managed to swivel away from Holden and look back. He looked. I'd never seen my dad scared before, but I saw it that night. In that moment, an old, ugly terror stitched on his face, a parent's fear. Just Holden? He mouthed to me. I nodded yes. My dad let out a breath. He looked so relieved, and I nearly expected him to cheer, but then he turned to Holden, and my dad's face changed. I wondered if he felt bad for feeling good that Holden was the only one that looked. There was a knock at the door. We all froze. Holden whimpered. Don't answer it, my mom said. She stood at the threshold of the hall. I'd always thought she was a skeptic and just humored my dad about the windows and the Whistler, but that night we were all believers. I noticed that both my parents held baseball bats they must have taken from their bedroom. The knock came again, a little louder this time. Please don't open the door, Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him, hugged him close. We won't, my dad promised. Still holding his bat, nothing is coming in here tonight. This time, the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again, and Nola clutched her arms around my neck. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close. Call the police, my mom whispered to my dad. The knocking instantly stopped. My dad looked over his shoulder at us. Do you think He was cut off by frantic knocking that trailed off to a polite tap. Police, something said from the other side of the door. The voice from outside sounded exactly like my mom, like a parrot repeating the words back to her. My mom pulled us closer. "Please stop," I heard her whisper. "I don't think calling them will help," my dad said. "How will we know when they're the ones at the door?" The knocking came back harder than before. The door shook. Then it stopped. After a long moment, I heard the knocking again, but it was coming from our back door. We had all turned together towards the back door, but the knocking immediately then returned to the front door. Front to back, back to front, loud, then quiet, then loud again. Suddenly the sound was coming from both doors at once. Big and heavy blows like a sledgehammer. Then something started rapping against all windows in the house, then the walls. It was like we were living inside a drum with a dozen people trying to play at once. Or we were a turtle or something was attempting to claw us out of it. The knocking died. "I won't tell," Holden said, staring at the door. "I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Just please go away." We waited for nearly a minute. Then we heard it, a soft tap, 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 coming from the window Holden had looked through earlier. Holden started to cry, sobbing like a prisoner watching gallows being built outside their cell. My dad held him, brushed his hair but never lied to him. Never told him things would be okay. The tapping at the window went on for the rest of the night. We huddled together in the living room for I don't know how long. Eventually, though, my mom tried to take us kids into my room while my dad stayed to watch the door. But the second we moved into my bedroom, the knocking came back. So loud it was impossible to ignore. I was afraid the door couldn't take it. We went back to the living room and the knocking stopped. Only the tapping on the window remained. None of us slept that night. The tapping stopped around 7 a.m. That's about the time the sun comes up here. We waited another 2 hours before my dad opened the blinds from one window. He made us all go back to my parents' bedroom first. I heard him open the door, then come back in. "Okay," he told us. "It's done." Holden's parents came back around lunchtime. My mom and dad walked Holden over to his house, and they all went inside for quite a while. Nola and I watched from the window. She stuck to me the entire day, right at my side, sometimes holding my hand. When my parents came back, they looked grim, but wouldn't tell us what they said to Holden's family. It was a Sunday, so we all spent the day together, ordered a pizza, and watched movies. That night, everyone slept in my room. Nola and my mom in my bed with me, my dad in a chair he'd pulled over, but there was no knocking that night or any night since. We didn't see much of Holden or his parents for the rest of that week, but by Thursday, there was a moving truck in their driveway. Nola and I watched them pack up the whole afternoon after school. What sticks with me most is how tired and his parents looked. All three had the same pallor, whatever, grim mouths and lightless eyes. Even from across the street, I could tell something was just very wrong. Holden and his family were gone before sunset. I remember what the original welcoming committee said to my parents when we moved in. Not everyone who looks at the Whistler dies, but even those that live have the light go out of them, and the rest of their lives are just full of misfortune. A million little tragedies. I think Holden's parents must have looked, either to comfort him if they didn't believe, or to share the burden if they did. I watch Nola some days, happy and young and alive, and I wonder if I'd been slower, if she'd looked out the window that night. Would I have looked too, to comfort her? To share that burden? I'm glad I didn't have to find out, though. I still live in that house, in that neighborhood. We still hear our Whistler walking past every night. The blessings, the luck, the good things here are all good. They're all too good to leave. But we're very careful. We don't have friends over to spend the night anymore, and my dad hides the key to the blinds very, very well. Not that I've gone looking. Some things you just don't need to look for. Made it back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I mean, I just know how to pronounce it. Like, I know what the word means. I don't know how to pronounce it. I just don't know how to pronounce it. Classic Holden. I know, right? Classic Holden. Bullshit. Man, type shit. Crazy. Parlor, but it has two L's. So would that just be Palor? Palor? I don't know. Holden couldn't hang with the kid. He wasn't cool enough. He wasn't cool enough. Parlor? Parlor. 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 I know, that's a weird word. That's a weird word. A hyper observant, however years old he was. I mean, I don't know. I also don't, I will say, for me, I don't really hyperfixate on like really finite details. I usually like to just appreciate the story for what it is, because like a lot of people will read scary stories and then they're just like, actually that doesn't really add up because technically, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't really pay attention to a lot of like the details of things, which I guess I could, but like I usually just kind of roll with it. I try to just kind of I turn off my brain and I just kind of roll with it. I'm just like, it's more fun that way, you know. Imagine recalling a conversation you eavesdropped in. I mean, I definitely have. There are many stories that or not stories, but many conversations that I remember that were very memorable to me as a kid that I remember eavesdropping on. But it just, if something is very not life-changing, but like if something happens to you as a kid and sometimes it just really sticks with you. Sometimes it really does. Willing to suspend belief. Yeah, it's true. Allowing yourself to just be engrossed. Yeah, because like sometimes like I will read stories and I'm like, maybe in the back of my mind I'm like, yeah, I mean it doesn't entirely add up, but it's like, whatever, who cares. I always go for the in-universe explanation and try to, yeah, exactly. True. Yeah, if it's dramatic enough, it'll stick with you. True. I mean, I've literally remembered conversations that my dad has made when I was like 11, I think. That I remember verbatim. It's sometimes it just sticks with you. Shepherd Commander, welcome in, Nomad. And I'm trying to stretch because my shoulder feels like it's going to pop, but it doesn't. Storytelling's good. Yeah, I know. I mean, I can get it. I get it. I see where you coming from though. But usually for me, I just kind of go with it. Hello, Quark. Welcome in. Hello. All right. So the next one I'm going to do, because we only have a couple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am going to read. I'm going to pick the next one. Let's see. I will do. Let's see. Let's see. We'll do this one. Yeah, we'll do this one. Okay, let me hydrate real quick. Okay, so this next one isn't super long. It's not super long, so this one won't be too bad. But I do like this one. As well. This is another one that I usually like to go to because it's just good. Okay. Oh, I don't want to get anything except for my family. Is valid or wait till the weekend? Yeah, a day after Halloween, you get pretty much most people sell candy for like half off. It's really good. But anyway, so we're gonna do another story. The next one is called "I Had a Disturbing Conversation with My 7-Year-Old Daughter," because of course all spooky stories usually involve kids, because of course they do. For some reason, I don't know why. They just really enjoy making them about kids, and why, because kids are just so receptive to creepy things. I'm not entirely sure why that is. I like, that's, I guess, just how it goes. Kids and clowns, man. I know. Kids are crazy. The children are more prone to the supernatural thing. Yeah, probably. So yeah, this one we not too long. Okay, anyway, this child came in. They saw a zombie. They think they saw a zombie, chat. I was in the kitchen making tea when my little girl came rushing in. She ran through the back door so fast she almost tripped up the step. I poured boiling water from the kettle into a mug, hardly looking up. Oh, a zombie? Yeah, I did. Its face was all pale and messed up. It was really gross. I put the kettle back and picked up the milk, sighed inwardly. I really had to be more careful about what I watch on TV in the evening. Rosie has a bit of a habit of sneaking downstairs in the night, and last week she caught me watching The Walking Dead, of all things. She has had zombies on the brain ever since. I keep telling her that they're not real, but it doesn't seem to make a difference. Sweetheart, what did we say about zombies? I scooped the tea bag out of the mug and dumped it in the bin. You know, if you keep talking about them, Daddy's gonna get in trouble with Mommy again. Yeah, but I saw one. I know, darling, but I already checked the back garden twice yesterday, and I can promise you it's a zombie-free zone. I feel like this is in the UK with how they talk. They're like, they say the way they talk about gardens and mummy, and I'm like, this has to be in the UK. It's got to be in the UK. Anyway, no, not in the back garden. What do you mean? I didn't see it in the back garden. I had the mug half raised to my lips, but now I put it down again. I turned to look at Rosie. Her hair was windswept, and her little cheeks were red, as if she'd been running. Sweetheart, I put on my best stern, Dad's not happy voice. I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to be honest with me. Have you been playing along the path out back again? I didn't really need to ask the question, because I already knew the answer. Rosie's allowed to play in the garden on her own. And sometimes, if she asks us permission first, we let her ride her bike along the path at the back of our house, the one that runs past all the neighbors' back gardens. But that's all we allow her to do. This area is pretty safe, but these days we can never be too careful. There was a burglary a couple of roads over a few months back, and last year someone was mugged on the High Street. High Street, what the heck? It's gotta be UK, it's gotta be. Several years ago, a few towns over, a little boy even went missing. That was quite a long way away from here, so of course it made national news for a few days until the search fizzled out, and it made a lot of parents more cautious. Oh no, the thing came back. No, Tangia! Damn it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to disable them within actual Twitch, because of course people just can't not let their tism control them. Power up. Let me turn these off, because we are not having these right now. No. Because people will do them for some reason. Yeah, it definitely feels very UK. Okay, make sure all these, but with great power. Yeah, with great power comes great responsibility, and you all do not take responsibility. I can let you know when it unpauses. No, it's already unpaused. It's fine. I just turn off the choice. I just remove the choice. Anyway, yes. Anyway, now where was I? See, and this is why I don't want the redeems, because now it's like throwing me off where the fuck we were. Okay, there we go. It made parents a lot more cautious. Rosie's getting older now, and she's an adventurous girl, but still, you have to have boundaries. And on a few occasions lately, Rosie's been crossing those boundaries, riding her bike further than she should, not coming in straight away when we call her, sneaking out the back gate when she's only meant to be playing in the garden. As I watched Rosie now, I noticed her face growing redder. She looked away from me, down at the kitchen floor, and scuffed her feet. Dad, I only went a little way down, she said. I promise. I was chatting to Mr. Henderson because I saw him in his back garden. I said hello and made him jump. I sighed. So there it was. Mr. Henderson was Rosie's zombie. Yesterday it was the postman, and the day before that it was a different neighbor. I took a sip of tea and shook my head. Especially because they're drinking tea. It's gotta be British. It gotta be British. Gotta be UK. Mr. Henderson was, in fairness, a better candidate than the others. The guy lives on his own, and he looks about 100 years old. Moles all over his face, skin like a deflated balloon. Whenever we'd chatted over the garden fence before, though, he'd always seemed nice enough, just a bit lonely. I couldn't have Rosie going around calling him a zombie. Listen to me, sweetheart. I know you didn't go far or anything, but I don't want you. I came right back after too, Dad. I swear. Rosie interrupted. She was staring up at me now, blue eyes large and pleading. I promise. And I even said no when Mr. Henderson offered me an ice cream, because I know you don't like me taking stuff from strangers. I opened my mouth to respond, then paused. He offered you ice cream? Yeah, but I said no. Mr. Henderson really wanted me to come in and have one, but I told him I had to get home, and then I came straight back here to tell you I'd seen a zombie, and Rosie was babbling now, her voice whirring like a motor, but I'd stopped listening. My mind was still stuck on something she'd said a moment before. Mr. Henderson really wanted me to come in and have one. I took another sip of tea and frowned. That wasn't good. I don't mind the neighbors chatting to my little girl, but I don't like the thought of them inviting her inside. Not without us there. Not even if they were just kind, lonely old men. I made up my mind to go around and visit Mr. Henderson later and to tell him that myself. Kindly, of course, but firmly. In the end, though, I didn't get a chance because a few moments after I'd had that thought, Rosie said something else. Something that pushed everything else from my mind and ended any idea I might have had about going over to Mr. Henderson's house. She said something that made me go cold. Daddy, please don't stop me from playing in the garden. I promise I won't sneak out again. I don't want the zombie to get me. Rosie, I'm not going to stop you from playing in the garden, but you have to make me a couple of promises too. First, promise me you'll stop going around calling people zombies. Mr. Henderson may be old, but he's not one of the living dead, I promise. Rosie frowned. I didn't. What do you mean you didn't? You just ran in here a moment ago calling him one. No, I didn't. Mr. Henderson's not a zombie. I saw the zombie in his house, but it wasn't him. I frowned. I had the mug raised to my lips to take another sip of tea, but now I put it down again. What do you mean? You saw someone else in his house? Yeah, the zombie, Dad. I could see it pressed against his basement window while I was talking to him. Cold fingers ran up my spine. What? Yeah, it was really scary. Its face was all bashed up and bloody looking, and its mouth was open, like it was screaming at me. But do you know what confused me the most, though, Dad? I tried to keep my voice steady. What? Well, I didn't realize children could be zombies too. I thought it was like only adults. Thought it was grown-ups. But I guess I must have been wrong, because the one in Mr. Henderson's basement looked like a kid. And I'm like, bro, what? Offering a neighbor's kid snacks? That actually is a bad thing. Contrary to what you might think, that actually is a bad thing to do. Don't offer food or anything to kids. Especially ones that aren't yours. Yeah, don't do that. She's pretty calm for describing a potential child zombie. That would be my niece. A lot of kids are very normal about that. My niece actually loves horror stuff. When she was like 7, she was watching Jurassic Park. The weirdest part was a zombie could speak and was saying, please help me. But it didn't say anything. What do you mean? Is he loving the tea? I know, right? I mean, he's British. Remember, chat. Guys, don't break the immersion! Oh my god. Y'all don't know how to enjoy stories. Y'all don't know how to... Wait, was that the end? Yes. Yeah. Did you guys not get the punchline? Do you guys not get... Do you guys not get the reference of what's happening here? Or do you guys just like fucking around? That is how I enjoy stories. By not taking it seriously? Yes? The neighborhood kidnaps. Yeah. What was it? The end of the story is the fact that, yes, the old man clearly has an issue. that she got very lucky. You know, it's always the people you least expect. It's always the adults you least expect. But yeah, I definitely got the reference. I just thought there was more. No, no, that was it. Yeah, that was that one. Yeah, it's not super long. But yeah, he was British. That's how I knew, like, all these references in this one, it felt like they had to be in the UK. Because it's like America don't, I mean, I'm not saying American homes do not have back gardens and stuff, but it's like the way they're describing this kind of like suburban looking area, I can't really think of an area in the US that would be of that format. And I'm just like, I just, especially drinking tea that often, nah, if it's not a cola, it's not a soda or a sweet tea or an energy drink, that's not America. That's definitely not an American home. They're drinking way too posh. But I could see that. I was slamming my Four Loko. I know it's true. That would be very true. That would definitely be an American experience for sure. For sure. Let's do... Oh, shit, let me hydrate. I think there's been like weird weather changes. My voice has been like really dry. My throat's been really dry today. So I think it's been some weird weather the last couple days. And I think my allergies are really responding to it. But that's okay. That's okay. I will live. Let's do... let's see. The voice getting weird? Nah, it's fine. Nah, it's just dry. It's just dry. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. This one's kind of long, but we'll do this one. The next one I have is also from the No Sleep subreddit, and this one's another like a story one. But this one is called "My Husband Insists on Keeping This One Painting of a Woman." This one's a bit long though, so this won't be a hot minute, but I will do my best to not die vocally from it. Okay. Beatrice. Okay. When my husband and I first got married and moved in together, we had a few fights on personal space, on chores, and on decor, as of course you usually would. Namely, my husband insisted on keeping this weird painting of a woman. Who is she? I'd ask when I first saw it, leaning against a mountain of moving boxes. Don't know. Got it at a rummage sale. It was an original painting, oil, I think. Judging by the way the light reflected off the brushstrokes, it depicted a young woman standing in a dark room looking over her shoulder at the viewer. She was actually rather beautiful. Blonde hair falling over her shoulders like a waterfall. Hey, yo, blonde women. A white cotton dress, a dainty heart-shaped face that was somehow haunting rather than cute. She was illuminated brightly, but the room behind her was dark. The contrast in her pose reminded me a little bit of the girl with the pearl earring, which I actually know I actually know which one they're referring to, but it didn't feel classy or pensive or beautiful. Instead, it just felt creepy, especially because my husband insisted on hanging it above our bed. I mean, it's a beautiful painting, I said, but it just doesn't fit the modern decor. Neither do your Funko Pops. Bruh, so true. Okay, but they're small. This painting is enormous. For Pete's sake, the woman is nearly life-sized. I want to keep her where she is. It seemed like a big deal to him, so I dropped it. But it wasn't easy. Sometimes I woke up in the middle of the night with the horrible feeling like I was being watched. Then I'd look up and see her hauntingly gray eyes staring down at me. I didn't get much sleep after that, and there was the one time I swear she moved. Was her hand always like that? I asked Eric after getting into bed one night. Her left hand. The fingers are kind of open, reaching out behind her like she's waiting for someone to grab her hand. Yeah, she was always like that. I could have sworn she wasn't always like that. Then again, I generally avoided looking at the painting. It was so uncomfortably realistic. When I stared into those gray eyes, I almost felt like I was making eye contact with the person. I lasted 2 weeks. Then I begged Eric to move it. Can we please move the painting somewhere else? I really hate looking at it when I'm going to sleep. It's the nicest piece of art we have. It belongs above the bed. What about the sunflower one? That's just a print, he complained, and it's so basic. Come on, I'll move my Funko Pops out if we move the painting out. He heaved a long sigh. Fine, I'll move her. That was another thing. He often referred to the painting as her. It was weird. So he moved it to the stairs, but honestly, that was worse. Every time I went downstairs, there she was, staring at me from above the landing with those piercing gray eyes. At least when the painting was in the bedroom, I was usually asleep or facing the opposite direction. I hit my breaking point a few days after that. For some reason, I could not sleep. After tossing and turning for an hour, I decided to grab a snack downstairs. I got to the top of the stairs, and there she was. I hadn't turned on the main lights. Only the nightlight in the hall bathroom was on. With everything so dark, the background of the painting melted into the shadows, but the woman still stood out, with her pale face and white dress, and my stupid sleepy brain interpreted it as an actual person standing there. I jumped about a foot in the air, and I would have fallen all the way down the stairs had I not caught the banister at the last second. "Can we please get rid of the painting?" I asked the next morning. Eric turned away from the stove, set the spatula down. "Why?" "Last night, it scared the fuck out of me. I nearly fell down the stairs." He stared at me as if unable to understand. "She scared you?" he asked slowly. "Well, more like startled me. I thought it was an actual person standing there." He looked at me. Then he broke into laughter, and after a few seconds, I started laughing too. It was pretty stupid now that I thought about it. I know I was sleepy, but still, I thought the painting was a person. What did I think we were being burglarized by a young, beautiful blonde woman in a nightdress? For now, I'll move her into my office, then you don't have to look at it at all. That sounds good. And for a while after that, things were okay. I sort of noticed Eric spending more time in his office than usual though, but he also had a big deadline for a brief coming up. And how would that be related to the painting anyway? It's not like he was staring at her for hours on end. Except that's exactly what I caught him doing. One night, he didn't come downstairs to eat dinner with me. I called up to him a few times, no reply. So I went upstairs and walked into his office to find him staring at the painting. He was just sitting there with his computer closed, no papers on the desk, swivel chair turned towards the woman in the painting. "Oh," he said suddenly when I walked in. Then he quickly stood up. "I was just about to come down. Just sent in a brief a few moments ago. They're really happy with it." He smiled broadly at me as if nothing went wrong, and then slipped past me. I listened to his footsteps thud down the stairs. Had he actually just finished working? Or was he just sitting in here, staring at her? I ultimately decided not to bring it up. The painting was out of my sight, and that was great. Besides, I had bigger fish to fry, like my own deadline coming up for an article I hadn't even started. But then, on Friday afternoon, I accidentally overheard him on the phone. His voice was muffled through the thick wooden door, but it wasn't hard to hear him. He was shouting, almost. "I'll have it in by I know it was due on Wednesday. Well, my wife fell down the stairs. I had to take her to the hospital." Those words sent a chill through me. I barged in. "Why are you lying about me falling down the stairs?" His face paled. He ended the call and turned towards me. "I'm so sorry, Tara, but I needed an excuse. I missed the deadline on that brief, and it's my job on the line." "The brief you told me you finished 2 days ago?" He nodded silently. I crossed my arms. "Look, Eric, your work is your business, but we've spent all of 1 hour together all week because you've been locked in here all day, every day. I mean, are you even working? Or are you just sitting in there staring at her?" His dark eyes locked on mine, and then his voice grew soft. "You're jealous of her." "What?" "You shouldn't be, Tara," he said, stepping towards me. "The painting makes her prettier than she was." I froze, staring at him. Then I finally found the words. "Are you saying this is a painting of someone you know?" "No," he said slowly. "Sorry, I misspoke. I meant, whoever this is a portrait of, I'm sure it's a flattering likeness. All portraits are flattering like that." I stared at him, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who is this a painting of, Eric?" "I told you, it's not Eric." I stepped towards him. My legs felt weak, wobbling underneath me. "Who is this a painting of?" He only shook his head. I couldn't sleep that night. I know it sounds silly, being so worked up over a painting, but you have to admit it was weird. He was obsessed with this thing for whatever reason. Why didn't I see the painting when we were dating? Did he hide it away in the basement? That was the one place I'd never been. Had he built a little shrine down there? Paintings, candles, the whole bit? The thought of it made me sick. Is it an ex-girlfriend? An ex-wife, even? That he never told me about? Getting a painting commission must have cost a fortune, especially a huge, detailed one like this. I mean, as much as I hated that thing, it was clearly done by someone incredibly gifted. The glint in those piercing gray eyes, the small dimple on the right cheek, but clearly he wasn't keeping it to appreciate the artistry. He knew her. And whoever she is, he's clearly obsessed with her. And then I got the craziest idea. I sat up in bed, slowly, quietly, turned to Eric, and he was fast asleep. Then I slipped out from underneath the covers, grabbed my phone from the nightstand, and tiptoed out of the room. My bare feet padded softly across the hallway as I made my way towards his office. Then I pushed the heavy wooden door open and stepped inside. The office was cold, much colder than our bedroom. Goosebumps prickled up my bare arms, but I didn't waste any time. I reached over, fumbled across the wall, and hit the switch. The light flickered on. The blonde woman stared down at me from the hall. Her eyes seemed to follow me as I took Eric's leather chair and dragged it across the hardwood. Once against the wall, I stepped onto it. We were staring at each other face to face. I'd never been this close to the painting before, my face inches from hers. This close, I could truly appreciate the detail, each individual eyelash painstakingly drawn, curving up from its follicle, thread-like, of light and dark gray filling her irises, her skin pale and creamy dotted with the tiniest of pores. But I wasn't here to appreciate the artwork. I lifted my phone and took a photo. Then I brought up a reverse image search. It took a few minutes for me to find the right website and upload the photo, but when the results loaded, I gasped. I expected maybe one result, if I were lucky. Some sort of, facial recognition that would match the painted face to a photo, or maybe the artist's website would come up and mention who the subject was. But instead, dozens of thumbnails filled the page of the exact same painting I'd been staring at for weeks. Fingers trembling, I clicked on the first one. It led to a news article. Search continues for missing Franklin art student. My heart dropped. Little black dots danced in my vision. I collapsed into the chair behind me, trembling, and began to read. Anya Kelsing, 23, went missing after a hike with her boyfriend. The two became separated when they came upon a bear. Her backpack was found roughly a mile from where the sighting occurred, but no trace of Anya was found. And the caption under the painting: Kelsing is a third-year student at Franklin College majoring in fine arts. She recently completed a self-portrait that was exhibited at whatever this thing is. I don't even know. I clicked on the next article and the next, but they all said the same thing: hike, bear, disappearance. All of them showed a photo along with her self-portrait. She looked strikingly identical to her painting likeness. None of them mentioned the boyfriend's name, but it had to be Eric. The most recent article from 5 years ago was a video clip of her parents begging for her search to continue. Sadly, judging by the news article, it never did. I don't know how long I sat there. All I know is that I was suddenly jolted from my thoughts by a loud thump in the hallway. Footsteps coming towards his office. I shot up. He came to find me. Or he can't find me here. I glanced around the room looking for someplace, any place that I could hide, but it was probably too late. Surely he'd seen the light on from under the door. I ducked under the desk just as he stepped into the room. Tara? I clapped my hands over my mouth, trying to silence my ragged breathing. He's going to see the chair out of place. He knows I'm here. He knows. Tara? You in here? Why did I hide? I could have just said I came in here because I heard a noise. Needed a pen. Couldn't sleep. Why the fuck did I hide? Now he's going to know that I know. Tara? But maybe it's fine. Maybe the bear got on you. Maybe Eric had nothing to do with it. Isn't that more likely than Eric being a murderer? There you are. I looked up and screamed. Eric was crouched there in front of the desk, staring at me. I was looking for a pen, I stuttered lamely. I wanted to write down. I remembered I have to pick up groceries tomorrow, and I needed to add something. He tilted his head, a small smile on his lips. I don't think that's the truth, Tara. Make a break for it. I started to lunge out from under the desk. His hand quickly shot out and grabbed my wrist, hard. You figured out who she is, didn't you? That's the only reason you'd be hiding from me. I trembled in his grasp. What did you do to her? I whispered. He let out a dry laugh. So you think I'm a murderer? How nice. That's the first conclusion you jumped to. No, I don't think you're a murderer, I swallowed. Stupid. If he killed her and he knows you know, then you're dead too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Just, what happened? They didn't find a body. Did the bear get her? He didn't reply. He just stared at me, silently, with those cold, dark eyes. I was jealous, I continued, desperately. But now I understand. I wish you'd just told me. To lose someone like that, of course you'd want to keep the painting. It's all you have left of her. You should have just left it alone, he said, his tone oddly emotionless. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I screamed as he lunged for me. It's over. His hands were clenched tight on my wrists as he dragged me out from under the desk. I pulled back, trying to wrench myself free, but it was no use. A loud crash sounded behind us. Eric whipped around, and for a split second, his grip released. I acted instantly. Pulled free from him and ran, pivoted around the desk, and raced towards the door. As I glanced back, I saw Eric starting after me, but I also saw what made the noise. The painting of Anya had fallen from the wall. It lay askew on the floor, her gray eyes staring emptily upwards towards him. I was always a fast runner. Luckily, Eric was only halfway down the stairs by the time I was at the bottom. Bursting out of the cold air, I began to scream. He grabbed me from behind and tried to pull me back inside, but it was too late. Lights were flickering on, and our neighbors rushed outside, and they were dialing 911. Luckily, it was over. The police arrested Eric for assault, and once I told them my side of the story, of his obsession with Anya's painting, they were able to search the house, and hidden in his office drawer in a small box was a pair of gold earrings, the same earrings Anya wore on the hike that day. The case is slowly mounting against him. I'm hoping and praying, at least for Anya, she gets justice and that a jury convicts him of a horrible murder. And would he have done the same to me if I hadn't escaped? If Anya's painting hadn't fallen off the wall, there was an explanation, of course, but when Eric had moved the painting to his office, he'd mistakenly installed one of the hangers into pure drywall. The weight of the painting had caused it to rip out, and the painting fell. But sometimes, I think Anya was kind of watching over me, though. That her self-portrait carried a piece of her, and that night she had protected me from falling victim to the monster who ended her own life as well. The painting now hangs up in my foyer. Every day I walk by it, and new details pop out at me. The deep, shadowy green of the room behind her, a perfectly painted strand of blonde hair, the glint in her piercing gray eyes, and sometimes I kind of think she's actually smiling back at me. And that's the end of that one. Yeah, that's kind of concerning. It's kind of one of those, it's like the irony, or not the irony, the timing is sus, but it's like, yeah, it's probably just pure coincidence that it's just the drywall gave way. But yeah, that is kind of interesting timing, if I do say so myself. But yeah, yeah, that concerns me a little bit. That was cool though. Yeah, this one is always kind of one of my favorites because it's just like, it's kind of one of those, it's like, so wait, did the husband paint it then? I don't know, maybe. Well, no, they said it was a self-portrait. It was a self-portrait, so she had painted it. She said, not again, jackass. Yeah, the details said it was a self-portrait. Yeah. So, because she was an art student. But yeah. Oh, man. It's kind of like, that would just, ooh. That would concern me. It's kind of one of those scenarios where it's just like, you never really truly know somebody sometimes. It's kind of concerning. Like, that's just, that would make me so, I don't know. I feel like I couldn't trust people. I couldn't trust people again. That'd be so weird. But yeah, that one is definitely one of my favorites, just because it's like I feel like the story on that one is actually pretty good. Let me hydrate real quick. The next one we're gonna do a shorter one. Let me see. This one's gonna be shorter, but I kind of like this one because it's just like this kind of stuff to me feels like super creepy because it's very close to home, very real to life. Like it's actually something that could happen to people in real life, and I think that's why it scares me more, is when it's more realistic. When it's actually something that you can actually have happen to you yourself. But I feel like a lot of people don't like that though, because when it's too realistic, it's like, I like my scares to be I wish it was night already, because I could definitely sleep to that. Well, if you guys end up liking stuff like this, I can do this more. I've thought about doing YouTube videos for this, but I figured we would test it first here, and if you guys like this kind of stuff, I can do YouTube videos for that to make it easier. This is gonna be a VOD. True, that is very true. Very true. But there's always tons of stories to read on here. I just usually try to pull some every so often. It's so vibey, especially. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But the next one we'll do, it's kind of short though. Like I said, we'll do a shorter one. This one is not from the No Sleep subreddit. This is from the Creepy Encounters one. Which again, I like those a lot just because they are more realistic. And I do like, because at least the subreddit tries to keep it very neutral in the sense of they don't really like people submitting stories that are like life-threatening danger or things that are obviously like really concerning, but it's usually like really creepy stuff or things like that, where it's just like, yeah, it's gonna make you feel really unsettled, but it's like mildly, it's not gonna be like, abduction and shit, So I was like, I feel like No Sleep is very here. Yeah, that's very true. I love the No Sleep subreddit. Is definitely one of my favorites, but I usually just go to like best or like top of all time. Same thing with the Creepy Encounters one, and then I just kind of filter through quite a bit. But this next one I'll do kind of short. I like this one because it is technically I've actually had this happen myself, which is kind of funny. I had this happen when I was a kid, and it was in my own neighborhood, which made it worse. But yeah, so it's kind of creepy. But this one is, it's called Were They Just Strangers with Good Intentions? I'm not sure. And I was just like, I already know where this is going. Yeah. So this one says, I've never posted on Reddit before, normally just lurking, but I feel like I need to share this, as it's something that has truly stuck with me for a long time. This took place when I was around 8, which is ironic because my thing happened when I was 8 as well. For a bit of context, I grew up in a small village where everyone knew everyone, and most of the time I was trusted to go where I wanted, which was the same for the majority of the children that lived in with me as well. It was a summer day and everything seemed normal. I was an active kid who hated being stuck inside, so I usually walked to local shops. I was well aware of the whole stranger danger thing and always came straight home, never striking up conversations with strangers or anything because I've always been shy, especially with new people. However, on this day, I had no choice but to talk to a stranger. As I walked back home, a car started following me slowly until it pulled up beside me, and the driver gestured for me to stop. I thought it was odd since I'd never seen the man or woman before, but I stopped anyway. He calmly asked for directions to the hospital, which can actually be tricky to find for some, as it's down a dead end. Since it could have been a medical emergency, I tried to give directions, but he didn't let me finish before asking me to get in the car to show him the way on my own. I refused, but he pleaded about 5 or more times until I walked away. It wasn't just the man's pleading that I remember. It was the woman who sat there, expressionless in the car with him, like a statue. And that's not even the main thing that stuck with me. It was the way she gave me an almost apologetic look as I walked away. And when I looked back, the car was just still standing there watching me. I'll never forget my mom's face when I told her what happened. She seemed overwhelmed with terrible thoughts that no mother should have, of course, and she's been much more overprotective ever since. I hope that the intentions of the two strangers who pleaded with me to get in the car were good, but I will never forget the pure and utter fear I felt that day. And so that one's a short one, but that one, I've actually experienced that before. I actually had that happen to me when I was a kid. I was hanging out with a bunch of my friends in my neighborhood. I was very much identically the same. I liked going out, and I literally did not like being indoors. I was always outside. And there's just this guy came up in a car and was just like, hey, I'm trying to find, because my neighborhood was in like a pretty, well, and it's also Florida. We lived in a neighborhood that had a lot of woods around us. And most of the woods were behind people's houses. But if you went at the end of my street, there was kind of like an easy entrance to the woods. There were no paths, no trails or anything, because it was just normal, natural wooded areas. I think the only quote unquote trails that you would find there would be like man-made ones that people have just made by constantly going back and forth through it, but nothing like official. But the guy pulled into our neighborhood, and he's like in his car, and he's like telling us, he's like in a truck, and he's like, I'm trying to find my dog. I can't find my dog. Have you guys seen one? And we're like, no. No. And he's like, could you help me find them? I think it's down at the end of the last we saw them was like down at the end of the street, down at the end of the neighborhood. I think we last saw him there, and my dumbass friends were like, oh yeah, we can go. And I was just like, nah, I'm good. Nah, I can't. Sorry, man. And well, my bad. Pressed the wrong button. They started to go with him. And I told them no. I was like, no. I was like, oh, we'll meet you down there. We'll meet you down there. But then like I pulled them aside. I was like, no, we're not. No, we're not. And then we went back to my house, and I remember telling my mom, and my mom was like, who the fuck was that guy? I was like, I don't know who he was. Perfect timing on the bleep. I know, right? It was unintentional. I swear. I didn't mean to. The find the dog scheme. I know. We never saw that dude again either. I don't know if it was like a test. I don't know if parents were trying to do like a test to see if we would do something, but it was so random, and I've never had that happen ever since. It was the one and only time I've ever had that cliche moment of like an adult being like, oh, can you help me find the thing? Can you come with me to help me find something? And it was so weird. I knew the minute he was asking, like my radars were going off in my head, because I think I was like around the same age. I think I was like 7 or 8, like around that age. And I just, stranger danger was going off, and I was just like, why are you asking a kid? Like you genuinely could just ask me like, have you seen it, and then call it a day. I'm like, why would you just ask like a group of kids to come follow you near the edge of a neighborhood where there's open woods? Like, bruh. Come on now. Josie's fight or flight. It was, because that was like peak moment of like things that my mother had taught me, and I'm just like, ain't no way. You think I'm stupid? I mean, I think they hoped I was stupid. I guess they hoped I was stupid. Josie's fight or flight. The woods are fun though. Not with adults I don't know. Not with adults I don't know. That's insane. Ain't no way. Stupid. Why are you so stupid? Generally, thinking people are stupid is a safe bet. Yeah. But that is a real situation. I read that one and I was like, oh man, that's a memory I haven't thought about in a long time. I forgot that actually happened. Ooh wee. I love that. So great. That always concerns me. It's so terrible. There was a forest ravine behind my place that was a straight shot to my school. Otherwise, it was like a 6 blocks to go around. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Also, thank you for the hydrate, by the way. I'm definitely gonna have to drink like a lot of water after stream today because my throat is just really dry. But I also think it went from like kind of colder weather the other day to being hot to now supposedly getting colder. So I think it's just the environment. My throat's just like dying, but it's okay. Voice wise, I'm fine. Except that time I saw Bigfoot. I have never seen anything Bigfoot related ever. I actually don't think I've ever had like a really creepy. I don't think I've ever really had a creepy experience. I don't think I ever have, but I definitely know my mom has. I definitely remember my mom. A good thing is you don't have any vocal intensive streams the rest of the week. I know, right? Yesterday was just randomly hot for some reason. Yeah, it's really weird. California's weird. Yeah, my mom would tell me stories of like the house that I lived in when I was born. I remember her telling me all kinds of stuff and she's not like, my mom was never one to, she didn't really like making stuff up or like hyperbolizing a situation for, you know, to be silly. So like, and she would always say it very like, I don't want to say point blank, but it was just very like, you know, she wouldn't make it sound dramatic. She would be like, you know, this is what I experienced. This is what it felt like. It was really weird. So I don't understand it. But like, I remember her telling me a lot of stuff from my old house, the first house I lived in growing up. But I think we only lived in that house a couple years because then I think they wanted like to get a bigger house when I was getting close to being like going into elementary school. So then they moved into the house that I lived in, that I consider my childhood home because I lived there pretty much my whole life. But the first house we lived in was like a pretty old house. I think it was built in like the 60s or something. So it was pretty old. It was just like a single, kind of like a long house, like those older homes that are just a single floor, but it's just really long. And it had like a long hallway that had like all the rooms spanning into like, you know, whatever. But man, she would like tell me all the time about how she kind of hated being in that house alone. How many ghosts though? I don't think they ever saw anything. Like I said, they never like saw anything. It was just, she just had like a lot of weird shit happen. Cause like she would, when I was born, she was a kind of like a stay-at-home mom for a while. But she would be like in the kitchen and I would be like in my crib or whatever. And she'd be home alone because my dad would be at work. And she was just like, she always felt weird. Like it just felt odd. And she's like, I don't know how to explain it. And she's like, I know everyone says, oh, it feels like somebody's watching you kind of thing. But she's like, I genuinely did feel weird. And it was always like when I was in the kitchen. She's like, I'd be washing dishes or something. And it would just like, it just felt like there was like a presence in the room with me. It was just really weird. And I was like, ugh, I would hate that, especially with her being like home by herself, you know, like that'd be so unnerving, you know? And then I think she would tell me that like she would have issues, kind of like what that girl was having with like the painting thing, where she'd wake up, she'd have issues sleeping. She would tell me how like when she would sleep in my parents' bedroom, she would like wake up all the time. She would never be able to like, well, not never, but like more times than not, she would just wake up in the middle of the night. And she like could have sworn, like, I mean, she kind of chalked it up to being like, kind of like a sleep paralysis kind of thing, but she wasn't having sleep paralysis because she could move. But like, she would just like, she could have sworn she would see like a shape of like something human related, either like at the foot of the bed or usually like above them. Like when she would like, you know, be laying on the bed and she'd just open her eyes and look at the ceiling. Like she would just see like stuff, but it would only be like a fleeting moment and then it'd be gone. So she always just chalked it up to being like, it's probably like a residual, you know, thing from like a dream, or maybe it's like a sleep paralysis thing. But she's like, it would always be really weird because my dad would never see anything. My dad never saw anything, apparently. Nothing ever happened to him. Ever. Ever. My roommates keep telling me that weird stuff happens when they're alone in the house, but nothing has ever happened to me. Yeah, I don't know. Do they tell you directly, or are you just in the room while they talk to each other? Weird. I don't know. But like, and then the only other thing that happened that I remember was she was telling me that my brother was coming home from school, because I have, like I've told you guys, I have an older brother. My older brother came from school one day. My dad was still at work, and she was, you know, doing typical housewife things. And I was, because I remember I was like infantile. I was in a crib, and my room was all the way at the very, very, very end of the hall. Like, actually, you know what? Hold on. We're gonna paint. We're gonna MS paint this, because I wanna give you visual representation. I want to give you visual representation here, because I think this will aid, possibly. I don't know, maybe. Let me see if I can do this. Let me get paint out, because it makes, I like visual aids. Just trying to determine if you are the ghost. Are we having a sixth sense moment? Is that what we're insinuating here? Is it a sixth sense moment? This is like, you know, I see dead people. Where are you? Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, it is like, there we go. Of course, I have to do it this way. Okay, so, for reference, Josie Madden time. All right, and I'm using my mouse, chat, so forgive me. It's gonna be dog shit. It's gonna be really bad. I'm just really bad at drawing with the mouse. We'll do it this way. So, anyway, so my room was like here. My room is back here. And then it would come out, and there was this long hall. My parents' room was like here. My brother's room was like here. It's the fact that I can remember this. Like, it's crazy. See, this is when I say, like, sometimes you just remember things so vividly, and it's so funny. I have not been in this house since I was like 5 or 4 for that matter. And I still remember the layout of this house like I was there like a couple years ago. It's kind of crazy. That's just floor with arms. Anyway, so the hall was here, and then the kitchen was here, and then it went off into like our living room here. There was like a little, like kind of like a little entranceway, like a little whatever thing here. And then there was like a little foyer, and then the front door, and then the front door here. And there was like a waiting room, kind of like a sitting room here, the linens there. So yeah, it was like this whole little layout. So this is like the kitchen. My bedroom was all the way at the end here. Like I said, I'm all the way in the back. I'm all the way back here. Which I think they did that intentionally, because it's like, it's far away from the door. So if it's like, you know, if our home gets broken into, I'm the last person, or I'm the last room that they would be near. But at the same time, kind of the back end, the flip side of this though, is like, if you need to get out, I'm like at the very back, right? So it's kind of like good for certain things, and I feel like not really great the other. I chalk my calling out just around to the genre. I keep on about people say they see ghosts in this house, but in my 800 years, I've never seen it, right? Right? True. Randomized, I would hear a woman's voice when I'm asleep in my bed, but I'm in a house, not an apartment. I mean, yeah. I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe a homeless person. I don't know. I think they're just really skeptical of that kind of stuff. I consume so much horror media that I'm almost immune, right? But anyway, so my brother had come home. My brother had come home from school, so he's going this way. My mom was, to my understanding, I'm trying to remember how this went, because she told me this a long time ago, but he had come home. My parents' door was closed. My parents' bedroom door was closed. Usually she kept it closed during the day, because again, she always felt kind of weird in both the kitchen and in their bedroom, the master bedroom. So she usually kept the door closed. And also it would be like, if she had me out and about, she didn't want me like wandering in any other bedrooms. So she kept the bedrooms, the doors closed. But anyway, my brother came home. I'm in my crib. My mom, I think, was either in, I think she was either in the kitchen, or I think she was with me, actually. No, she was in the kitchen. That's right. She was in the kitchen, because I was like, I remember I was by myself. I remember her telling me I was by myself. So she was, I think, in the kitchen doing dishes or whatever. And then he came home, and they're like talking, and like all of a sudden they heard something. They don't know what it was, but they heard like voices coming from the master bedroom. And obviously I was not at a talking age yet. So granted, I talked, but it wasn't a child voice. It wasn't a child voice they heard. So like they thought, like she thought my brother maybe brought friends, or like she's like, do you have friends outside? Or like, did you come home with friends? And my brother's like, no. So they freaked the fuck out. And I remember her telling me that she just literally instantaneous fight or flight kicked in. She literally just beamed right to me, grabbed me, and then they left. Apparently they just went and waited till my dad got home. And then when my dad got home, of course, they found nothing. There was nothing. But she didn't understand, because it was like loud voices, like almost not yelling, but like very, very stern. Like obviously you could hear it all the way over here, you know, like, you know, obviously not all of this was completely filled, because I think it was like pretty, like we had an outdoor area, but I think this was still all probably connected right here with like wood. So it's like the fact that they could still hear like audible whatever was in there, like a loud voice or loud sound or a person, like they weren't gonna find out. They didn't want to know, especially because it's like my mom and my younger brother, because I think my brother was only like I think he was like 10 or 11 at the time, because I was obviously infant. So yeah, it's like, what are they gonna do? A 10, 11-year-old kid and like, you know, a petite woman? Like, bruh, ain't no way they were gonna do anything. So they just left. So when I was, I think 4 or 5, we moved out of this house and we moved into the other one. And I don't think we ever had issues. I don't think they ever told me anything about the newer, the other house, but I always would hear stories about that one. That home apparently just really like was weird. It was just really weird. And I'm so glad that I was too young to experience anything. Because holy crap, imagine, you know, the amount of stories we read or hear where it's like children interact with these things, or, you know, see things that others do not see. Like, imagine. I feel like at that point, probably my mom was like, let's maybe move to a different house before she gets old enough to be cognizant of these things. Maybe Josie needed to lock in. Yeah, I was like, no, I'm out. I'm so glad. If it's a ghost, they got it. If it was a burglar, they still got laser guns to roast him. Bruh. But yeah, it was very weird. But in my mom, again, my mom's not like, she's not one who like likes to hyperbolize or be like, oh, you know, yeah, you know, chalk everything up to being like, oh, it's ghosts. Oh, it's nah. She was always pretty. She was always down the middle, where she was like she was borderline spiritual / religious. So like she was always very confident, where it's not that she didn't believe in spiritual ghostly entities or paranormal things, but like she was always pretty like comfortable in her quote unquote religion. So she never really like worried about that kind of stuff. But at the same time, so when she would bring it up, she was like, something's off here. So the fact that she was bringing it up, I was like, that's interesting. And she didn't tell me about this until I was older either. And that's how I kind of felt a bit more that she was being serious. But she didn't tell me when I was a kid to try and scare me. It was just like during a normal conversation where I think like the old house had come up in conversation. And I think we were talking about like kind of like spooky things or something like that. And it came up and she was like, oh yeah, you know, and she would just tell me like very kind of just like telling me matter of factly, just kind of like going over it. So I definitely do believe her. I definitely do not think she was trying to just tell me to make me be like, ooh, spooky, which actually concerned me more. Maybe you manifested a strand when you were younger. I don't know, because I've never experienced anything myself. At least I don't believe I have. But at the same time, I think I don't know. I think because I consume so much horror media or paranormal media that I think I'm almost kind of not receptive to it, or I think maybe subconsciously I do not want to experience it. Like, I like to consume it, but I don't think I ever want to experience it myself. So if there is anything, I feel like probably mentally I am very closed off to where I probably wouldn't acknowledge it, I guess. I don't know. Like, I probably wouldn't recognize it because I think mentally I'm just closed off to it, or I don't want to perceive it in real life. So I just don't look for it. I don't know. Laser guns with me being dumb and putting a comment. I see, now you're fine. It'd be interesting if it was real, just to learn the mechanics. Yeah, well, I think that's the thing. Like, I feel like there isn't mechanics to it, which is why I think that's what makes it creepy. But I know what you mean. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really experienced anything myself. So when I hear other people experience it, like, it makes sense. But I think I'm one of those people that would probably, like, I don't know how I would respond. I feel like internally I would probably chalk it up to being something I could rationalize. Well, maybe joking that it's something spooky, but I don't know. Josie hasn't seen a Ouija board. Wait, what? Josie hasn't seen a Ouija board she didn't want to burn. I don't touch Ouija boards. Weirdly enough, I think that's the one thing I will never fuck with. I will never fuck with that. Even if I've never experienced anything like like anything paranormal in real life, I don't fuck with Ouija boards. I know it's probably like a joke, and I'm sure it probably does absolutely nothing, but I don't know. I kind of feel like, I don't know. I don't have any family or any heritage in my family where it's like, you know, from anything where they're like, oh, you know, I don't know. A lot of people have like myths and legends and certain not historical, but like some cultures. And I am not of a culture that has anything like that. But at the same time, I do strongly agree that I think that there are certain things in this world or not in this world that I just don't want to fuck with. There are just certain things that I feel like I don't really need to go looking for those answers, right? Certain things I just don't need to know about, you know? Let things be. Not everything needs to be sought after. And I don't know. I feel like Ouija boards are things that I'm like, I don't really feel like I need to open that door. Probably nothing happens. It probably is absolutely nothing, and it's all a bunch of mumbo jumbo, and it's nothing. But at the same time, it's like, I kind of don't want to risk it. I feel like that's just opening a door that I don't wanna. I've thought about getting one for fun. That's fair. It's patented and owned by Hasbro. Fair. I remember seeing Ouija boards at Toys R Us. I know. Yeah, don't mess with the boards. The risk is far worse than the chance of... Exactly. It's like, I don't know. I can't judge too hard. I won't stick chopsticks in a bowl of rice. Exactly. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just culturally, you know, that's just something that's like, yeah, maybe don't do that. Wait, is that true? The chopsticks in the bowl of rice? Yeah, it is. They do it in Asian cultures for a very particular reason. It is just culturally, if you do that outside of its intended use, yeah, it's an offering for the dead. Yeah, if you do it outside of its intended use, you'll just be viewed as very disrespectful. So it's like taking a gift back. Exactly. So yeah, it's like other things. Even if you don't believe in that culture, it's like maybe, yeah. I just follow the rules of the culture just to be, one, respectful, and two, I just don't like poking my nose in places where I don't really feel I need to be. I think someone said earlier in chat that Josie would be one of the few people to live in a horror movie. Probably not in that sense of like, I feel like I would only live in the sense because I wouldn't do dumb shit. I don't like to do dumb things like, you know, oh, we shouldn't go in this particular room because it's known for blah, 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 blah. Oh, I'm going to do it anyway. Like, I will not be the dumb protagonist to do dumb shit that would get me in trouble. Or, oh, they say Ouija boards do this. I probably shouldn't mess with them. Nah, let's do it anyway. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. Nah, I'm good. See, to be honest, I meant the Ouija board being a Hasbro trademark. Oh, yeah, it is. It is a thing that Hasbro, I think, has a claim over. Everyone thinks that till they have to put a key in the door. Yeah. When in doubt, follow the rules of Appalachia for spooky stuff. I don't know what the rules of Appalachia is, but I probably would agree. I probably would agree. It's totally true. So you would be the sensible side character that lives. Yeah. Yeah. Or at least I would try until the protagonist gets me killed. So yeah, probably. True. But would end up in the spinoff anyways. I would. What's the demon gonna do? Possess me? I mean, you never know. You never know. Nice new shade of red. Thank you, Panda. The demon is going inside of you. No! No! Anyway, but yeah, I've never experienced anything myself, but I just don't like to. I don't like to mess with that. I usually just try to be respectful and not put myself in a situation that could end up being not good. You need to live in a mountain range to understand that there are good group rules for everything. Let's see, if you heard someone shouting in the woods, no, you didn't. Yeah. True. You ever seen Cabin in the Woods? Yes, I have. A long time ago, but yes, I have seen that. That movie kind of hate that movie. It's very unsettling to me. Like, but I don't like slasher movies, honestly. But yeah, I did see Cabin in the Woods. Like, yeah, that movie was oy. I do kind of want to check out like abandoned or haunted areas just for the one time. Maybe. I let others do that and then I consume their content for it, because that way I still get the enjoyment, but I don't have to be the one getting in danger. I'll let the YouTubers that are stupid do it. I'll let the crazy people go do it. Actually, see what I think when I really got into horror type media, other than when I was a kid and I would read like the scary stories to tell in the dark and all that stuff, and watching what was it? Are You Afraid of the Dark, and watching all that scary shit as a kid. I think I really got into it when I was younger, and the early days of YouTube, and I would watch Marble Hornets. I was a big Marble Hornets person back in the day. And I found my love for like found footage media. And I know a lot of people think it's very cringe and they think it's not very scary and it's not whatever. I'm like, I think it's scary, but like not scary, but like I feel like it's very unsettling. And I think I like that it feels real. And I think that's what I like about it. It's like one guy played Baby Shark for the ghost babies. What the fuck? Definitely more scared of like homeless people with that sort of stuff. That's fair. Or gangs. Yeah, true. But I love Marble Hornets. Marble Hornets and just found footage media was always a huge thing for me. There was another one that I like to watch a lot. There was a movie. Actually, hold on. Found footage movie. What is the one? The one that I really liked was, oh gosh, what was it called? The old found footage, like Blair Witch. I was so funny. Okay, funny thing about Blair Witch. I did not actually watch Blair Witch Project as a kid. I did not watch Blair Witch until I was like, I think I was going into college. I think I was going to high school or college. I can't remember. It was a while. I was like actually super disappointed when I finally watched it as an adult. I was like, I get that this has scary moments, but like, was this really that terrifying? I was like, really? That's it? I don't know. I guess I just had such high expectations, and maybe that was my own fault for going into it with like really high expectations. Maybe it was the trendsetter. Yeah, I guess it was like the start. So like in fairness, I think in its time and it's when it came out, I do believe it did, create the genre of found footage media, if I remember correctly. I believe this was like the pinnacle shift in that type of content, which I will give it its flowers for that, because at least it created all the other movies that I ended up really enjoying. But the movie that I loved the most, probably the two, and one of these movies I get a lot of heat for because a lot of people say that it's not scary and they don't like it, but I love it. Now as it got whatever. Anyway, the two movies that I very, very much enjoyed, that were found footage style movies, was Grave Encounters and Paranormal Activity. And I know a lot of people will feel some kind of way about Paranormal Activity, but I loved Paranormal Activity, and I don't care what anybody says. And the reason I love Paranormal Activity so much was because they had an insanely small budget. I think it was only like a couple $1,000s, and they did everything like very in-house. It was just like bare bones, nothing. Like, it was not a studio, it was just a couple guys or a couple folks with like a small team. And I guess I just really was impressed at the fact that they did that first movie with like nothing compared to like some AAA title, some crazy like theater movie that would come out any other way. But like, actually I want to see how much money they had. How much Paranormal Activity cost? I think it was, yeah, they had like 15 grand, I think. Their budget was like $15,000. And it was like they made that entire thing with like $15,000. And apparently it says the original production cost for the film Paranormal Activity was a mere $15,000 through Paramount Pictures, though Paramount Pictures spent an additional $215,000 for a new ending, a reshoot, and other modifications. So the fact that the original movie that they did only cost them $15,000 for their original shoot, until Paramount was like, oh wait, actually, hold the phone. Here, have some more money. Let's redo this. It's so good. AAA movies, otherwise known as Naughty Dog. Oh my god, bro. Blumhouse is a really good business model. I don't know. I'm kind of hit or miss with Blumhouse. I don't know how I feel about them. But anyway, I love Paranormal Activity, and I would say the little what do you call it? The asterisk I put with the Paranormal Activity series is I only like consuming the first 4. Anything after that, I do not perceive it. I do not perceive it. I have not seen anything past. So I liked the first 4, but I honestly felt that the ones that made me the most unsettled was probably 2 and 4. 2 and 4 freaked me out, and I don't know why. Well, I mean, I know why, but like 1 was really good, but 2 was just so unsettling. The first Paranormal Activity scared the fuck out of me. Is true. The rules of After H is 1, don't whistle at night. Oh, why don't whistle at night? 2, don't look into the trees. Oh, wow. Everything I'm like, why? 3, if you've heard your name being called, no you didn't. Or 4, if you see an animal and it's not acting like that animal, it's not that animal. Oh, 5, do not go into the woods at night. There's unknown things out there and they don't like you. Oh, they gave me goosebumps. Ooh. Ooh, I hate that. Ooh, no bueno. The idea is lots of small budget movies, but when it pops off, you get Paranormal Activity's freaking 200 million revenue. Yeah. The first 2 are the best. Like, there are 7 movies. Yeah, there's Paranormal Activity 2, 3, 4, the marked ones, the Ghost Dimension, and I think Next of Kin. And I haven't seen the marked ones. I haven't seen the Ghost Dimension, and I have not seen Next of Kin, so I don't know. I don't know. But I have seen the first 4, and I liked them. I have not seen anything after that. Fallout 76. Oh no, Skinwalker, Josie. The answer is Skinwalkers. True. Man, Appalachia sounds creepy, but very cool, very cool, very cool. See, I love that shit. But the other one that I very much recommend, if you like the found footage type of thing, if you did like Paranormal Activity, if you haven't seen it, go see Grave Encounters. Go watch Grave Encounters. Go watch Grave Encounters. It's so creepy. Honestly, I think I got so mortified. I got so terrified. How, like, it's kind of like a slow burn, but like, I don't think it's super long though, if I remember correctly. I don't think the movie's very long. It's only an hour and a half, so it's like a normal movie length. But like, I think about halfway through the movie, it just starts to like really ramp up. And it just, oh my God. Even the second one, they have a Grave Encounters 2, and even that one was actually good too. I actually liked that one as well, but I like the first one more. I like the first one a lot more. But Grave Encounters is probably one of my favorites, honestly. Cloverfield was pretty good. Actually, hold on, I'm trying to remember. God, I haven't watched Cloverfield in forever. God, see, I don't know. Cloverfield, I feel some kind of way about. It's like, it was fine. I didn't really remember that one. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that one. A lot of my friends like that one, but they were like, the ones they were based off, like off to, or at least the first one was pretty good. There was this Aliens Found Footage movie I watched forever ago. Now I want to look up the name because I think it got confused with Paranormal Activity. Oh, I don't know. The other one that I really like that I gotta find, because I'm trying to just find thumbnails, but of course I can't find anything. Let me see. No, not AI mode. No, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I really liked now I'm just like looking through here. What else do we have? I didn't watch any of these. What the heck? Never seen any of these. I haven't seen any of these. Man, these are all ones I've never heard of. Grave Encounters, yes, that one I did see. One I did see, which was, where was it? Where did you go? What is this? Fear footage? Dang, there's a lot of found footage movies. Jeez Louise. Can we all just agree Bird Box should be considered I don't think I've seen that. I actually don't think I've seen that. Let's see. I've actually not seen As Above, So Below, but I've always been recommended it, but I haven't seen it. Where was I liked watching for a while. I would just go on Netflix and go, not like, I didn't want to watch the really popular ones. I kind of wanted to watch the not really known, like the indie ones. I liked watching the indie ones, the ones that were like small teams, like, you know, like that kind of stuff. That's the stuff that I liked more, because I feel like those were creepier to me. They felt more realistic. I think Bird Box was the blindfold movie. Oh yeah, I didn't see that. I don't know. Let's see, let me go back up. My farm is on the board of the mountains in the sticks, and my property runs into them sometimes. I find calves and occasionally a cow completely mauled, and there's nothing for a few years. Oh, that's terrifying. That's crazy. As part of, you can't use your senses. You can't use your senses, friends. Basically, turn off your brain. Turn off your brain. Let me see. I think I've seen Tunnel. I think that one I remember. Let me see, because these are, I don't think I watched Wreck. Grave Encounters is still like literally one of my favorites. Oh, Quarantine. Oh my God, I forgot about Quarantine. Yes, Quarantine. Oh my God, I forgot about that movie. That was so good. Oh my God, yes. Quarantine's very, very good. Quarantine's very old though, but Quarantine's very good if you haven't seen that one. I think that one's kind of short. I don't remember it being super long, but of course it doesn't tell me. They made a Quarantine 2. God, of course they did. But of course they did. I only watched the first one, so I unfortunately do not know on that. But I loved Quarantine. Quarantine was very good. It says an hour. Okay, so it's just an hour and a half. Okay, so the usual. Gotcha. Let me see. I like the ones that are like, kind of like where it's mockumentaries, where they like, because that's what Grave Encounters is. Grave Encounters is like a mockumentary where they're like trying to do like a documentary, you know? And I love those. Those are really, really fun to me. Oh, I'm trying to think if there's another one. There was a bunch that I watched on Netflix like so long ago. But yeah, I usually like the ones that are like, I don't like ones that are like super gory or like I don't like slasher movies because I'm not a big fan of what do you call it? I'm not a fan of stuff like Saw. I don't like Saw. I don't like Final Destination. Like that stuff just makes me feel more like, I don't know. Those movies just make me never want to go outside. I just don't no Hostel. Yeah, no. I don't like watching movies like that because it just makes me feel like I just can't trust people. Like it's almost too real, even though it's not real. I just don't like it. Like I remembered watching Final Destination when I was like 12 or 13, I think. And I think I felt so weird. Like I felt so uncomfortable. I felt so mentally like, I don't know. Like I felt so uncomfortable. And I never wanted to watch one ever again. I didn't like it. Little Logs though. See that I don't remember if that was the one I saw, but I think the one I saw was like, oh, somebody was walking. They were like in a downtown, like a city area, and like a big sheet of like glass falls. And I hate it. Like I don't like watching people die like that. Like that makes me uncomfortable. I don't like consuming content where someone is like losing their life in an egregious way and you just watch it. I don't like that. It just it makes me feel so uncomfortable. Like I feel like I feel like it desensitizes people to the point of where I feel like we shouldn't really be desensitized to that. Like unless you genuinely want to go into like a field where you have to be able to perceive that stuff. I just don't like it. It just makes me uncomfortable. You should look up the Siege of Ape Canyon. Oh. The plans try to make you unalive yourself. I do not like Final Destination. It just becomes funny. I don't think it's ever become funny to me, unfortunately. I mean, at the same time, it's like, the only thing I just kind of look at this and I'm just like, bro, like, what? Why is this happening? This would never happen. But at the same time, it's just like, I just don't like watching people die. The Final Destination series is responsible for so many deep-rooted fears. Yeah, I don't watch horror movies in general. I blame my family when I saw the horror movie, and it was pretty gruesome. Games though, I'm mostly fine. Fair. But yeah, I kind of love Final Destination for the fact that death is just like, oh, you escaped me. Time to make your death a hell of a show. Yeah, I don't like that. Because I feel like that's how people become paranoid. I think that's how I think that's like the slow descent and how some people become schizophrenic paranoia. And I'm good. I would prefer to not fear life. I would prefer to not constantly go around thinking that giant glass shards are gonna fall from like 100-story building and, you know, instantly kill me. I'd prefer to not be paranoid of life. I can't watch scary movies. I make a joke and end up ruining them. That's fair. Yeah, I like certain ones. I like ones where I can be immersed in the situation. But I don't, and I like them to be more, I definitely like more of the paranormal. I like more of them to stay in the paranormal. Because if it's, well, I like it to be paranormal or found footage where it's realistic, but at the same time, it's like, it's not people dying in real life situations or stuff that, you know, traumatizing. Yeah. I don't want to be traumatized is like, yeah, that's the right thing. Like, I don't want to watch something that's going to traumatize me. So, yeah. The ones that do get me are the, oh, you entered a place? Well, that sucks. Now you're cursed. Bro, that shit sucks, man. Jaws doesn't bother me. Jaws is so old. Like, if they maybe redid Jaws to where it was like absolutely terrifying with modern technology and cinematic abilities, probably I'd be scared. But like, otherwise, no. I just don't like stuff like Saw or Hostel or anything that like people are suffering. I don't like watching people suffer. I don't like that. I don't like that. That, like, I'm too empathetic for that. Like, I'm too much of an empath where like it upsets me. It actually genuinely like breaks me down to watch people suffering. I don't care if they were a terrible person. I just don't like watching people suffer. It really messes me up. So I don't like watching that kind of stuff. So yeah, I avoid those. But if it's like horror in the sense of like found footage and it's like, you know, I don't know why, like I'm able to separate it and it's able to consume. I don't like watching it. Yeah, same. Yeah. What the fuck is a lava ranchula? That sounds like the fucking, that sounds like those B-rated comedy horror movies. Like, what was it? Abe Lincoln zombie, like is it zombie Abe Lincoln or whatever the fuck it was? It's like Sharknado. Yeah, like those dumb as fuck movies. Like, what the hell? I can't take those seriously. Those are clearly intended to be a joke. Like, that's not serious at all. Abe Lincoln, Vampire Hunter. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Some of those I've seen with friends because it's just stupid. But like, holy balls, that's so stupid. I am not making, oh, I'm sure you're not. That's what makes me concerned. Or the sequel, To Lava, To Lantula. Oh my god. These people are stupid, bro. What in the world? Yes, the Raptor Priest! Like, those movies I'll never take seriously, ever. I'll never take those seriously. Those movies kind of came from the idea that people want to see terrible things happen to terrible people, but for most people, it's unlikable characters and torture porn. Yeah, I don't like that. I can't consume that. I'm too much of an empath. I can't. I just can't. Like, that is the quickest way to make me like absolutely break down and cry. Like, I just can't watch people suffer. I just can't, man. Like, it hurts my soul. Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, that too, yeah. The Velocipaster. Oh my god, some of these are so fucking dumb. But yeah, the fact that these are real, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy like that. But yeah, other than that, like, I love watching found footage. Found footage is truly one of my favorite things, especially when they're like the YouTube stuff. I think the YouTube ones are even better because it's like, you know, YouTube quality has become very good, obviously. Like, there's almost like movie level quality YouTubers out there. But it's like, I love the Marble Hornets, the you know, Slender Man era of the YouTube videos where it's just like, oh my god, that shit was so good. I felt like I couldn't trust anything. It was so good. It was so good. But yeah, maybe one of these days, if you guys want to do a watch along, I would absolutely watch. I would absolutely want to watch Grave Encounters if I have a way to watch it. That would be very, very cool. But I think that would be fun if you guys are in. Oh, that and like the Amityville horror stuff. That's pretty cool too. Like, I love watching that kind of stuff. That stuff freaks me out. Yeah, I love B movies. Me too. I love those things. Thank you, Templar. I appreciate the hydrate. A friend in middle school showed me a cartel video website. I'm pretty sure that's just called the black web. The dark web. I'm pretty sure that's just the dark web. Yeah, I would not consume that. I would not consume that. That gets you put on a list. That gets you put on a list. And thank you for the stretch. Ow, as my shoulder pops. There's so many B movies from the old sci-fi channels. See, I won't watch like, the other ones are fine, but like, I don't really consume those by choice. Like, I consume them probably once and then never again. So I remember the live leak days. Yeah, I'm glad that those were in the past. Glad those are in the past. Not if you have a VPN. They can still find you. They can still find you. You need to stay hydrated and maximize that yapping. Very true. Very true. There's also one where the big evil is a massive spider called Mother-in-Law. That sounds like a thing a lot of people experience in real life. My ex calls me sometimes to go watch horror movies with them. I mean, hey. But would you guys want to watch like a paranormal activity, grave encounters type of situation? Would you guys be into that? My ex is a horror movie, so real. Yeah, cool. Because we haven't really done a watch along since we did the Sonic movie, which we still need to finish those other ones, by the way. But I feel like we should I want to do more horror movies. Oh god, not Paranormal Activity. My ex's dad almost shot me because of that. What? Oh, I think I remember you saying something about that. I think I remember you saying about that. I'm not watching Velocipaster. We're not watching Velocipaster. That shit's so cringe. Oh my lord. See the door scene and went bam and scared them all. God damn. It looks so good though. I don't know about that now. What about, I'm not watching Sharknado. I have never officially in full watched a Sharknado. I think the only humor horror movie, B-rated movie I've ever watched was the Abe Lincoln one and the Pride and Prejudice and Zombies one. I think those are the only ones I've actually watched. But even then, I think I fell asleep because I was hanging out with friends, so I wasn't really paying attention. We were just playing it because it was like around Halloween, and then my friend was like a big fan of like those really corny horror movies. I've never watched Sharknado, any of them, same. It's my first night off and the bar's calling. Good luck, Alice. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Drink safely, just drink wisely, drive safely, have a DD. But anyway, we're gonna do one more story, chat. We're gonna do one more story because it's been about 3 hours. One of these days maybe we'll read the scary stories to tell in the dark, because I feel like those stories are like really creepy because they're very well written. But I kind of want to find the really good ones, the very particular ones, because I just feel like those are like really, really good. I've got Uber and I'll be smart. Good. Driving safely is boring. I misheard and thought Josie told him to get a DUI. No. Oh my god, no. Ain't no way. But yeah, I want to read the scary stories to tell in the dark stuff, but I want to do certain stories, and I think they're not from the first book. I think they're more of like the second or third one, where it's like the creepier ones. They do have the Wendigo, because the Wendigo's a really good one though. That one always freaked me out. Oh my god. Like a deer. Oh my god, I can't believe it, y'all. So stupid. Let me see. Oh, this one. Okay. I'm just looking at the stories that they have in here to see if any of like the really creepy ones were in here. Because the stories aren't super long too, which is the funny thing. Like, they were so creepy and yet they were like very short. Nothing was like really long. I mean, each story I think maybe lasted like maybe a page or two, maybe. And it was always just very unsettling. It was very unsettling. You know what? I kind of want to read the Wendigo, man. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to read the Wendigo. Screw it. We're going to read the Wendigo. We're going to do two more. I lied. I lied. We're going to read the Wendigo because I love the Wendigo. Evil Josie be like... Is Evil Josie dere and not tsundere? Josie's homie dere. I am true. I think Evil Josie would be more like definitely more yandere, I feel like. But I wouldn't even really lean into that still, because at the same time, it's like, that's too much. That's too much. I don't care. I don't care about that. It's like, I don't want to put in that much energy. I don't want to put in that much energy. It's like, you either die easily or I give up. Or I'm just like, never mind. Not worth my time. And then I move on. Because it's like, I have better things to do. I have better things to do. It's like either insta-kill, one-hit kill, I do one-wing angel, fucking bullshit. You hear one-wing angel in the background, and I either insta-kill you, or I move on. Read the spider face story. I'd have to find it. And I didn't find it. Evil Josie watches you while you lurk. Yandere stream should have been a subathon goal. Hey, I mean, I still have to do the stupid ASMR fucking thing. So who knows? Hey, actually, chat. Remember, I have Vluplay. I have Vluplay. You want me to do dumb shit? You want me to do a freaking Yandere thing? You can pay for that. You can pay for that. Because that's up to you. You have the power in your hands. Well, technically you have the power in your wallets. I've hunted Wendigos. They're tricky bastards. I've only hunted them in a game. It shocks me when Josie takes me seriously. I'm just saying. I mean, I take everything people say seriously. Yandere ASMR. Oh, shoot. I will, just because, unfortunately, I mean, ASMR is not really my thing. I get awkward. I think I'm too tomboy for ASMR. I think I just get too awkward. But I do have the equipment for it. Plus I know people are very down the middle about ASMR content, and I don't want to scare people away. So I'll probably never do it on stream. So if anything, what I'll probably end up doing is, if people actually want me to do stuff like that, you can request it on Vluplay, or if you guys want me to do stuff for YouTube, I mean, we could do that, but yeah. I have sturdy, so I can just rank it. What? Nah. You have an ASMR mic? Something like that. Just don't, oh God, no. No. Gross. Ew, no. See, that's the thing, is like, if I ever were to do, bruh. Oh my God.
Fool. I have 70 alternative accounts.
Oh my God. How did that get used? Oh, it's because it's paid. That's why. That's fine. I'll let it slide. We're still being silly. Time to pay that more billion for a tomboy bull. I mean, I would. But no, anything ASMR related, I think it's disgusting to do the food noises and shit. Like, it makes me literally want to gag. So I would never, because I can't. I would hear it in my own ears and I'd want to die. So no, I would never. Never. God, disgusting. Ugh, I hate mouth sounds. Me too. It's gross. Disgusting. No. So again, I technically have the equipment. But at the same time, yeah. You know, I will only do particular types of stuff. Tomboy forces you to self-care. Exactly. Stuff like that. Yeah. You would? Oh boy, here I go. Within reason, though. I'm not doing anything weird. You know, you guys know me. I'm not gonna do anything weird.
What's your name, sir?
Oh,
My
no.
Name's Deez what, sir?
Disturbing the peace. Look into my eyes. I'm gonna pause these again now. Oh my God. Behind my back. The tenacity.
Sir,
I'll let that pass. I'll let that one pass, because I like that one a lot. I'll let that one pass. If it's from a guy, hard pass, but a girl, though, kind of hits different. Wait, which part? Hold on. Hold on. What part? What part are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Oh, come on. You'd get a 12G. Wait, hold. Say, hold. What? What? Wait, want to try IRL in the Appalachians? Nah. I never underestimated my mom. Tomboy forces you self-care. I may have misclicked and stumbled into girlfriend experience ASMR streams. I still don't get it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I think it's just for a very particular type of person. But yeah, like soft talking is peak, but then they like and click. I know it's like, ugh! Yeah, I go into bochi. I go full bochi. I'm like, stop! Get out of me! Get out of my ears! Ugh! Gross. Just had to lighten the mood. Nah, you're fine. We're just chatting. We're good. But it's all good. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't. Oh no, it's so weird. So yeah, I will, if anyone were to ever request any type of thing like that, just know, even if it's like the whole tomboy tells you to do, I will literally never cross the line where it's gonna be a girlfriend experience. Just putting that out there. Because I don't want anybody getting the wrong idea. And I am rubbing my eye. 1 second. I will never do that. Josie beats you with a frying pan ASMR. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. Whatever floats your boat. It's free play. Exactly. Yeah, big no. I just don't want that. That's just weird for me. Like, some people just can't. I do like the joke one. Oh yeah, the joke ones are great. The joke ones are great. Like, I don't mind certain things. Like, there's a line where it's just like, if you're just like, I don't know, saying kind things or just like saying something positive. Like, you guys see me, I try to be like positive all the time, but like if it gets borderline where it's like, this is not something I would say to just anybody, if it's more of like, you know, something more personal, I'd be like, we're crossing a really weird line here. You know, because that yeah, that's too much for me, because unfortunately some people don't know how to differentiate between real and not, so I just prefer to not tread that line to be safe. Now I want to request abusive friend who's still somehow a homie. You could. I mean, I will always trust me. What I create will be good. Don't doubt. Trust me. I cook, but at the same time, it will be very platonic, but very caring. But platonic, but caring. Like a very, very, very good friend who actually genuinely cares about you, but at the same time, platonic. Josie does not beat you with a frying pan. She uses a skillet. Yes, a skrillet. A skrillet. Exactly. It's true. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, you guys want that kind of thing? You know where to go. The thing is down below, and you can do it for a very low cost. Yippee! Josie does not beat you. I don't beat you guys though. Actually, I don't know. Even if you, well, I guess you could. Even if you did the blue play thing, I'm like, yeah, I would actually go grab a frying pan for it. I would do it. Only emotionally. Josie abuses you with the Skrillex ASMR. Bro, that's crazy. Skrillex in 2025? Wild. Anyway, we're gonna do more stories. Two more stories. I'm gonna get locked back in. Brain, locked back in. Okay, we're gonna do two more stories. We're gonna actually read one from the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, though, because I like this book. This one's not super long. It's only like a couple pages, I think. So it shouldn't be super long. But I want to read the Wendigo one, because the Wendigo one's really, really good in my opinion. I like stories when they're based off of like legends or like you know, stuff from like like kind of cultural lore and stuff like that. I think it's really cool. But anyway, yeah, this one is called The Wendigo. And please go read this book if you find it. It's so good. Anyway, a wealthy man wanted to go hunting in a part of northern Canada where a few people had ever hunted. He traveled to a trading post and tried to find a guide to take him, but no one would do it. It was too dangerous, they said. Finally, he found an Indian who needed money badly, and he agreed to take him. The Indian's name was Defago. They made camp in the snow near a large frozen lake. For 3 days they hunted, but they had nothing to show for it. Third night, a windstorm came up. They lay in their tent listening to the wind howling and the trees whipping back and forth. To see the storm better, the hunter opened the tent flap. What he saw startled him. There wasn't a breath of air stirring. and the trees were standing perfectly still. Yet he could hear the wind howling, and the more he listened, the more it sounded as if it was calling Defago's name. I must be losing my mind, the hunter thought. But Defago had gotten out of his sleeping bag. He was huddled in a corner of the tent, his head buried in his arms. What's this all about? The hunter asked. It's nothing, Defago said, but the wind continued to call him, and Defago became more tense and more restless. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet, and he began to run from the tent, but the hunter grabbed him and wrestled him to the ground. You can't leave me out here, the hunter shouted. Then the wind called again, and Defago broke loose and ran into the darkness. The hunter could hear him screaming as he went. Again and again he cried, "Oh, my fiery feet, my burning feet of fire." Then his voice faded away, and the wind died down. At daybreak, the hunter followed Defago's tracks in the snow. They went through the woods, down towards the lake, then onto the ice. But soon he noticed something strange. The steps Defago had taken got longer and longer. They were so long, no human being could have taken them. It was as if something had helped him to hurry away. The hunter followed the tracks out to the middle of the lake, but there they disappeared. At first, he thought that Defago had fallen through the ice, but there wasn't any hole. Then he thought that something maybe had pulled him off the ice into the sky, but that made no sense. As he stood wondering what had happened, the wind picked up again. Soon it was howling as it had the night before. Then he heard Defago's voice. It was coming from up above, and again he heard Defago screaming, but there was nothing to be seen. Now the hunter wanted to leave that place as fast as he could. He went back to camp and packed. Then he left some food for Defago, and he started out. Weeks later, he reached civilization. The following year, he went back to hunt in that area again. He went to the same trading post to look for a guide. The people there could not explain what had happened to Defago that night, but they had not seen him since then. Maybe it was the Wendigo, one of them said, and he laughed. It's supposed to come with the wind. It drags you along at great speed until your feet are burned away, and more of you than that. Then it carries you into the sky and drops you. It's just a crazy story, but that's what some of the Indians say. A few days later, the hunter was at the trading post again. An Indian came in and sat by the fire. He had a blanket wrapped around him, and he wore his hat so that you couldn't see his face. The hunter thought there was something familiar about him. He walked over and asked, "Are you Defago?" The Indian didn't answer. "Do you know anything about him?" No answer. He began to wonder if something was wrong, if the man needed help, but he couldn't see his face. "Are you all right?" he asked. No answer. To get a look at him, he lifted the Indian's hat, but then he screamed. There was nothing under the hat but a pile of ash. I was like, bruh. I love this book. I love this book. It's so good, bro. It's so good. It's so simple. Like, as a kid, it's just so unsettling. They're pretty short, but that was that one. It's just very short. It's like 3 or 4 pages. Most of the stories are pretty short, but I love those. It's so good. Buying Josie bathwater, buying the frying pan from the ASMR. What the fuck? What in the hell are you talking about? Bathwater? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. But yeah, that one. Please go find the. Actually, hold on. Now I want to be like, do they have other ones? Let me see. Let me see if I can find the other ones. Because that one was just like a PDF that someone just decided to, I guess, make available. But I want to see. It's on the dark. 2. Do they have like the second one randomly available on a PDF? That would be great. Come on, internet. Give me the thing. The Alvin Schwartz is the author for that one. Read this like the Drake meme, methinks. What? Oh no. Beldove encrypted when? Ain't no way. Nah. That's crazy. Let me see. Do they have in the dark? Because it made it into like an anthology where it's just like all of them. Let me see. Where's trying to see if anybody has a link. No links. No. Man. That's crazy. Damn. Okay. I'll have to find it then. I'll have to find it because that would be really, really, really good. See. Nope. Nope. Yeah. Isn't that bathwater from the ocean since the USS New Jersey is a battleship? Maybe. Maybe. Nolings, but perhaps an ocelot if you ask nicely. Oh no. Alright, we will read one more. We will read one more. One more and then we are done. One more. One more. Okay. One more. One more. One more. One more. Bill's water more like, yeah. Okay, last one. This one's kind of long, so I figure we'll end on a really good one. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, this one is called I Found a Stack of Polaroid Pictures Hidden in My Son's Halloween Candy. Someone's been stalking us, it seems. Okay, here we go. My throat is dying, but it's okay. And let's see. This one is from the No Sleep subreddit, so this one was pretty good. But let me hydrate real quick. Okay. All right. Okay. It says, neither of us knew what was waiting for us inside Max's candy bucket. We just brought it back home from trick-or-treating and unlocked the front door. The second I turned the knob, Max shot into the living room holding his pumpkin-shaped candy bucket in both hands. He flipped it over, gave it a shake, and all of his candy poured out onto the carpet. Then he tossed the bucket aside. Mommy, Mommy, he screamed. Can I eat my candy now? I came in behind him laughing because only a 5-year-old could get that pumped about eating candy. That's not true. But anyway, thank you for asking. Go ahead. I sat beside him, crisscross, and watched. Max worked through the pile by opening a piece, tasting it, then either scrunching up his face or giggling in approval, before moving on to the next. It was adorable. Seeing him like that made me smile, but as I kept watching, the moment began to sour. See, I was a single mother. We lived off of my income alone, and because I was just a waitress in a small cafe, money was tight. There were some days where I could only afford to feed Max and not myself. Whenever he asked why I wasn't eating, I'd say I'd already ate at the restaurant, which was a lie, because even with my employee discount, those meals still cost money. My manager had even fired employees before for sneaking food without paying. I lied because I didn't want Max to worry. I think kids shouldn't have to worry about those kinds of things. They should be having fun, like Max was doing now. But while I watched him eat his candy and I saw the happiness he got from what only strangers could give him, something twisted up inside me. I felt like a failure as a mother. Max noticed I wasn't eating any candy and piled several pieces in front of me. No, honey, I said, putting them back on his pile. These are all yours. Mommy doesn't want any. Why not? Because I don't want to take any from you. Once I said that, a flicker of sadness moved into his eyes. He looked up at me, almost like he was beginning to understand something about me. Like he'd had a realization wise beyond his years. It broke my heart. Okay, I said, just one. You choose. Max smiled, hovering his little fingers over the pile, carefully weighing his options, and stalled over a Reese's peanut butter cup. He squeezed down and lifted. Underneath, though, the corner of something jabbed out. It looked like a small stack of paper. It looked glossy, and even gleamed in the overhead light. Whatever it was, I could tell it wasn't candy. Did one of the neighbors put something in there by accident? I reached down and pulled at the corner, and out slid a stack of Polaroid pictures. There were 3 of them, stuck together with a rubber band. What's this, Max? Max didn't say anything. He watched curiously as I snapped off the rubber band and flipped the stack over. The first picture framed a residential home at night. An adult woman stood on the sidewalk with a hand on her hip, watching a much smaller person, most likely a child, approach the front door. The lighting was so dark I couldn't even tell who they were, but in the child's hand I could see them gripping onto something like a pail or a bucket. Right then, I got it. This was a parent watching her child go trick-or-treating. Yep, one of the neighbors must have put this in here by mistake. I wonder who it was. I flipped to the next picture. I actually recognized the subject in this one. It was my neighbor, Terry, standing at his open front door. Someone who was hidden just beneath the frame held up a bucket, and Terry, smiling warmly like always, dropped a few pieces of candy in. Something about that bucket, though, caught my eye. I studied it. noticed its circular shape and realized it was designed and looked like a pumpkin. My eyes drifted over to Max's pumpkin-shaped bucket on the carpet. My heart skipped a beat, but I didn't want to jump to any conclusions. I flipped to the final picture. It was a shot of an open window taken from behind a bush. A few out-of-focus leaves dangled in the foreground, but in sharp focus. Right in the center of the picture was my son's smiling face. I was behind him, zipping up his costume just before we went trick-or-treating. We were standing inside this very room. "Max?" I said, keeping my voice as calm as possible. "Which house gave you these?" Max scrunched up his forehead while he thought. He shrugged. Then he reached for another piece of candy. That sounds like a kid. I blocked his hand. "Stop. Don't eat any more of that." I stood, glanced around, and I was beginning to panic. "How come?" "Because I said so. Don't ask questions right now." Max began to cry. I ran to the front door to check the lock. It was already set. Okay, I'd just taken my son trick-or-treating. Someone was following us. They took pictures and then dropped those pictures inside his bucket. We only went around the neighborhood, so it had to be one of our neighbors who did it. Was this someone's kind of sick joke? Or was one of them really following us? What do I do? I looked past the living room into the kitchen. My phone was on the island counter. I raced over to it and dialed 911. It rang twice. Then the operator answered. 911, what's your emergency? Yes, Max interrupted, tugging on my leg, crying for me to let him eat more candy. Honey, I will buy you more candy, but mommy's on the phone right now. The operator took down my name, address, and details about what happened. 10 minutes later, 2 officers were at my house. One shone a flashlight around my property while the other one, a younger, tall officer, came to the door. He introduced himself as Officer Dan and asked for the photos. "It's Officer Dan. It's Lieutenant Dan." "I'm Jenny, and this is all of them," I said, handing them over. He took them with a gloved hand and scanned over the first one. While I waited, I felt Max stir behind me. He was hiding behind my leg, peeking up at the officer. Officer Dan flipped to the second one, looked at it, then cleared his throat. "Who's the man there?" That's my neighbor Terry, but it couldn't be him. He's a good man." I'm sure he is," he said. He flipped to the final picture. He studied it, and as he drank in the details, the faint lines around his eyes sharpened. He looked down at Max, then up to me. "So, what's going to happen now?" I said. My voice sounded more desperate than I had intended. "We're going to sweep the neighborhood, even if we don't find anything. There will be an officer nearby to patrol every hour. Also, we'll speak with Mr. Terry, not because he's a suspect, but just in case he's seen any suspicious activity. Also, I see that he has a Ring camera, so we're going to check the footage on that as well. Now, ma'am?" He took a glance behind me. "Is it just you two in this house?" "Yes," I said. "Just us." "Is there somewhere else you can stay tonight, maybe with friends or family?" There wasn't. All of my friends were my husband's, and once he left, so did they. I started to answer, but was caught by surprise when tears welled in my eyes. Whether it was the stress of the situation or just me being scared, I didn't know. I blinked them away before they could fall and shook my head. "No, it's just us." He nodded. "Well, there's a DoubleTree down the road. It wouldn't be a bad idea for you guys to book a room tonight." "Book a room? I don't even know if I'm going to be able to feed Max tomorrow." "Officer, that's not really an option for us." Officer Dan gave me this look then. Honestly, it wasn't so different from the one Max sometimes gave me. With Max, I always thought it was a normal sadness that kids feel when they don't get their way. But with the officer, there was something deeper. I think he actually felt sorry for me. And I never wanted that. I never wanted that from anybody. I felt embarrassed. "Look," he said, pulling a pencil and notepad from his shirt pocket. "This is my personal number. It doesn't matter what time. If you need anything at all, just give me a call. I'll be close." "Thank you, officer." "Just Dan," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder, and then he turned and left. I closed the door and rested my forehead on the door. "Mommy," Max said, "what's happening?" I shut my eyes. "It's all right, sweetie. Mommy's just trying to fix a problem, that's all." We both got quiet. A few seconds passed. "Will we be okay?" "I think so. Come on, let's go get ready for bed. Sleep in Mommy's room tonight. I'll come tuck you in." "Okay," Max said. He ran up the stairs without a care in the world. I put Officer Dan's number on speed dial, then I checked every door and every window to make sure the house was totally locked down. Half an hour later, I tucked Max into bed, kissed him goodnight, and closed the door behind me. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was Officer Dan. He told me the neighborhood was clear, but they'd keep a close watch. My heart sank. I had hoped they would have caught the bastard, and we could put this whole mess behind us. All the same, I thanked the officer and told him good night. Sleep was out of the question. Instead, I'd fix a cup of coffee and sit up all night. And if I heard so much as a twig snap outside, I was calling the cops. I headed downstairs to start on the coffee, my chest tightened with anxiety. He was still out there. I just knew it. Probably even close by. What if he was standing outside the house at that very moment? I caught myself biting on a fingernail and stopped. That was a bad habit I'd developed when I was a kid, but nowadays, it only flared up during moments of high stress. I passed through the kitchen and opened the cabinet, fishing out both my Maxwell House coffee grounds and a filter. I loaded the filter, dumped in a few scoops, and hit brew. Then I stood there for a moment, feeling myself wanting to cry again. Damn it, Jenny, now is not the time to get emotional. You're an adult here. Hold it together. Something on the island countertop, though, besides me, shined in my peripheral. I glanced over, then I stared for a long time, in disbelief, trying to make absolutely certain that my eyes weren't deceiving me. Sitting right there on the countertop was a fresh set of Polaroid pictures. That was impossible. I'd given the officer everything I had. Was I losing my mind? I reached out, almost scared to touch them, and gently picked them up. In the first picture, Max was hiding behind my legs while I spoke to Officer Dan. Only this shot wasn't taken through an open window from outside the house. It was taken from behind us, from inside the house. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. There was no way an intruder could have entered the house and taken a picture with an officer standing right there. I flipped to the next one. This one was of me in my bedroom, tucking my son into bed, and the way it was shot looked like something only possible in a dream. It was captured from a bird's eye view directly above our heads. A blade from the ceiling fan even cut into the edge of the frame. Because it was taken so close to the light, the shot was overexposed, which put a hazy kind of filter over it. This defies all logic. To get that picture, whoever or whatever took it would have had to have been suspended from the ceiling. They would have to have manipulated themselves into an impossible angle, all without me or Max knowing. My hands were trembling now. The room began to spin. Terrified now, I flipped to the final picture. It was of me, my back facing the camera, standing in the kitchen. I was looking down, studying something in my hands, just like I was now, at this very moment. The shot was taken so close behind me, whatever had taken it could have reached out and touched me. I needed to get Max out of the house, right now. Suddenly, I heard something click behind me. Something snapped directly behind my head. Then the room went quiet again. My mind took a moment to register what it even was, but slowly, a sick realization slithered up from the pit of my stomach. What I had just heard was the shutter of a Polaroid camera. The camera's inner mechanisms hummed and it worked to print out the picture. I froze. I stopped breathing in a desperate attempt. I tried reasoning with the intruder. "What do you want from me?" I cried. I listened for a response, still holding the pictures in my trembling fingers. There was no reply. The picture finished printing, and whatever was behind me stood perfectly still. Several seconds ticked by. Was it waiting for me to turn around? Across the counter, against the back wall, was a block of kitchen knives. I wish they were closer, but they were way out of reach. Depending on what happened next, though, maybe I could get to them? But for now, I'd have to turn around and face whatever was behind me head on. One slow inch at a time, I turned my head, my heart pounding inside my chest. I expected to be stabbed or choked or grabbed at any second. I turned a little bit further, then shot a glance back. The kitchen was empty. I exhaled, but a new fear, much greater than before, exploded inside me. It's going to get Max. I dropped the pictures and shot around the corner, ripped out the biggest knife from the block. Then I dug out my phone and hit call on Officer Dan's contact. Call failed. I tapped the screen several more times, and all it would say was call failed. I slammed it on the counter in a fit of anger. Of all the times for my phone to not work, of course it would be now. I had no other option. I'd have to run upstairs and get Max by myself. I moved to the downstairs with a knife aimed in front of me. I checked around every corner and every piece of furniture I passed. I sprinted up the stairs, then through the upstairs hallway towards my bedroom. I pushed the bedroom door open slowly, horrified that it had already beaten me there. Thankfully, though, Max was still under the covers, safe and sound. I peeled the blanket off him and scooped him in my arms. "Mommy," he said, rubbing his eyes. Shh, we have to go. Stay quiet. He wrapped his arms around me and put his head on my shoulder. I crept over to the door and peeked into the hallway. Empty. I carried Max down the hall toward the stairs. If we could just make it out the front door, I'd run straight to the neighbors and call the cops from there. Just a short trip down the stairs and through the living room. We could do it. When we neared the steps, I heard the worst noise imaginable. Footsteps were pounding up the stairs. My mind entered into fight or flight mode. Should I attack? Should I give Max a chance to run? No, I can't leave him. He'd never get away. I backed up. To my right was my son's bedroom. I ducked inside and rushed to the closet. I inched open the door as quietly as I could, but still, of course, it squealed on its hinges. We slid inside. There was barely enough space for both of us. I clicked the door shut and stood in front of Max, using my body as a shield. Mommy, what are we doing? I turned and cupped a hand over his mouth. Not another word. We listened. With each passing second, the footsteps grew closer until they arrived at the bedroom door. Then they slowed to a nice and easy stroll and entered the room. Floorboards creaked under a shifting weight. Something paced across the room from left to right, like it was searching for us. Once it reached the right wall, it stopped, then turned and moved towards the closet. I tightened my grip on the knife. A stream of adrenaline coursed through my veins, making my skin tingle. I fought hard to keep my mind clear and focused. If the door opened, I would take them by surprise, hammer the blade down in one quick motion. That was all I had. It came right up to the door and stopped. The sound of our own breathing filled the closet. A floorboard creaked. Every nerve inside my body screamed. What is it doing? Why is it just standing there? Then, a camera clicked. Through the gap under the door, a light flashed. Against all logic, all reason, it had taken a picture of the closet door. A deep, yet childlike laughter vibrated in the closet. The camera clicked again. It knew exactly where we were, and it was clearly just playing games. It was toying with us. Max's body trembled behind me, and a soft whimper escaped from his lips. I prepared myself. The door would open any minute, I'm sure, and it was up to me to save us. I raised the knife so I could swing it down as soon as the door opened, and I held my breath. I listened as the handle jingled and began to turn, and then the door finally swung open. I hacked the knife blindly in front of me, but Officer Dan staggered backwards just in time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I darted my eyes around the room, looking for it, looking for blood. I was frantic. It's just me. No one's here. I've got you. You're safe. No, we're not. It was just here. I heard we have multiple officers searching your home. No one is here. I scanned the room again. There was no camera, no creature, no obvious threat. The stress of what had just occurred began weighing down on me. I lost my sense of balance and stumbled. Officer Dan caught me by the arm. He guided me towards Max's bed, and as I sat down, Max darted out from the closet and jumped onto the bed and clung to me. You called me, remember? Officer Dan said, but you didn't say anything, so we were afraid something had happened. We forced open the front door, and then I heard you guys in here. Did you think he broke in? I know he did. There were footsteps, and there was more pictures. Just look on the counter. There are no signs of forced entry, Jenny. Officer Dan paused and glanced over at the closet door. He ran his palms together, then approached the bed. He took a seat beside us. You know, sometimes in high-stress situations, our minds like to produce things, sounds, images, things that aren't really there. It's perfectly normal, given your situation. It's possible that that's all that happened. Don't talk to me like that, Dan. Don't talk to me like I'm crazy. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. You're a cop, not a therapist. Get off the bed. Once I'd snapped on him, Officer Dan had no more psychotherapeutic explanations for me. He stood and left us alone in the room. He left the house, actually, in fact. But some of the other officers were at least kind enough to stay with us until morning. For the rest of the night, there was no more signs of the intruder. The next day, I applied for a credit card and checked us into a hotel. I also put the house on the market shortly after. Someone bought the home, I took that money and bought a new home in a completely different state. Even though the old one sold well under its value, I didn't care. As long as we left behind whatever was in there, we had all we needed. At Max's new school, though, I met a group of moms that I became friends with, and that made a huge improvement on my quality of life. For the first time in a long time, I had people who cared about me. These ladies checked up on me, came over for wine nights, we got out of the house. I even introduced me to a great guy. And Max made new friends of his own, and he seems happy at his new school. For a while, things were actually finally improving. Things were good. This morning, I put a note in Max's lunchbox telling him how much I loved him. I know that's incredibly lame, but I couldn't help myself. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I always want him to know that. When I got home from school, he threw his lunchbox on the counter, ran up to me, and kissed me on the cheek. He went to his room to do his homework, and all was good. My heart filled with joy. I was floating as I started to clean out his lunchbox. Then, for the first time in a long time, I actually cried. I cried because at that moment, I actually enjoyed my life. I wish things would stay like that forever, after everything I went through, everything we went through. I took the ice pack out of the lunchbox, then turned it upside down over the trash can. A few plastic baggies dropped out into the trash, as usual, and then a piece of paper fluttered out, paper made out of a different material than the one I'd written the note on. This one was glossy, small, and square. It was a Polaroid. Violent images flooded my mind. The flash under the door, the camera click, the laughter. I leaned against the wall. I was having trouble breathing. Calm down, I told myself. Calm down, breathe. That's it. Maybe it was just something Max was working on in class. I fished the picture out of the trash. It was taken inside a classroom. Kids sat at their desks, talking amongst themselves. It was all normal enough. But then I noticed the angle at which the photo was taken. It was taken from the back of the classroom, shooting down at the kids' heads, almost like it was taken from the ceiling. Centered in the picture, held in sharp focus, was Max's smiling face. He was captured mid-laugh. I screamed and dropped the picture. It spiraled to the ground and landed face down. There was a note scribbled on the back. Now, I don't know what to do. I thought it was the house. I thought that if we moved, we would leave that thing behind. But now I know it was all in vain, because clearly it followed us. On the back, written in dark red ink, were the words, "I love you too, Jenny." Like, bruh. That shit followed you. See, I'm glad mine left my house. Mine stayed in my house. Mine stayed at my house back home. It didn't follow me. If it did, it followed someone else, and it wasn't me. Also, thank you for the follow, Fancy Lettuce. Welcome in. So I was like mid-story, so I didn't want to stop mid-story, but thank you for the follow, and thank you for the stretch. Ghost photos. It's Madison. It's true. When I was reading this originally, I actually thought it was the officer too. I thought the officer was gonna be like gaslighting her. So I wasn't sure either. But it definitely was not. Definitely was not the officer. The officer apparently just wanted to be a psychotherapist. Her stalker was just a bored CIA guy with no assignment. Wait, huh? How does that work? How is he clinging to the ceiling? That still doesn't check out. But yeah, no. But I liked this one. This one was actually like a newer one that was on the No Sleep subreddit. That one was actually newer. Freaky CIA spook powers. Yeah, X'd out on that one, my guy. X'd out on that one. Nano. See, that's what I thought originally. When my theory was still like it was the officer, I was like, maybe he has like cameras installed in her house. Maybe there are cameras installed. But I'm like, at the same time, that's like very particular. Or to steal a long-standing meme, nano machines. True. But yeah, that one was like really weird. I thought that one was pretty well done, but that one was actually fairly new compared to like the other one. I think this one actually was posted like today, I think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, a lot of these were about a bit older. No, they've been on the subreddit for a while, but that one was actually new. So I was like, damn, okay, that one's pretty good. But yeah, I like going to the No Sleep subreddit. It's just really fun to just read stuff on there, honestly. There's just a lot of good stories on there. But yeah, that's all the stories I do. That's just all the stories I'm gonna do, because I think y'all are just gonna meme it too much. Y'all are just gonna meme too much. So that will be those. Yeah, I like those. I like the no sleep subreddit. I like the no sleep subreddit. What? No. Nah, totally not. Totally not. Nah, never, never. But that's gonna be it for me today. Cause we did like exactly 4 hours. Like 4 on the dot. That's crazy. That's crazy. But that's gonna be it for me today. That's gonna be it for me. Cause I'm probably gonna go and read more of these and we'll read them myself. Or I'm gonna do the true horror experience and play League of Legends. That's the true horror experience. Let me see. Doo-doo-doo. Ew. What do you mean, ew? What do you mean, ew? What do you mean? Let me see something. Actually, hold on a second. Wait, is that like a whole category? Wait, what? I didn't know it was a category. Oh, well. We'll switch to that for a moment. Let me see. Okay, now that's scary. True. Best nun is on. I am aware. Thank you. Good night, Shishro. Time for me to leave. Have a good night. Good night, Shishro. Good night. My bad. No, you're good. I know you guys mean well, but I am very aware of who's active. I appreciate it though. Let me see. Let me pull some up real quick because I just realized there's like a whole category for horror stuff today. What? I didn't even know. What the heck? I was not made aware of this. I wasn't made aware of this. Boo! Twitch, I didn't even know there was a category. What the heck? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh well. It's fine. I don't know if there was like drops or anything for it, but oh well. Typical. I was like, wait a minute, there was Fright Fest? There was a category I could have been in? Damn. Oh well, it's fine. 'Tis fine. It's alright. Well, we were I don't know if there was actually drops for it. Oh damn. If there was drops, my bad guys. I didn't even know. Cause I just all of a sudden see like a bunch of people under Fright Fest and I was like, what is this? But they're all playing different things. So I was like, wait a minute, what? Wait, what? There's a category for this? That's crazy. Guess we have to restart. No, God, it's been 4 hours. I'm not doing another 4 hours. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No, no, no. No, no, no. Not today, Satan. Not today, Satan. Let me see 1 second. Oh, I didn't. What? Hold on a second. What? Unless. What the heck? I'm not following Akihiro. What the heck? I thought I did, bro. What the hell? What the hell? You want to hear the scariest sentence ever? Did you update your drivers? That's only scary to me when I'm playing a game that involves it. Did you know that there was a driver update today? Ooh. Doesn't seem that there are drops. Okay, that's good. Okay, good. 4 more hours is just 2 more 2-hour blocks. Yeah, I guess if you want to look at it that way, sure. We all know the toys, the scariest words out there, job application. Yeah. It's only scary because that shit just like doesn't happen. I think we're gonna, let me see. I don't know how my fingers typed toy. That's what I was like, I was like, I don't think he means toy. I'm pretty sure he means something different. Scariest words in the English language are, I am the tickle monster. I'm here. Ew. Anyone who calls themselves the tickle monster, I'm like, don't come anywhere near me. I swear to God. I'm not 5. Holy. But I never get to raid Akihiro. And for some reason, I'm not following them. We literally collabed for Peak the other day. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, well, whatever. Whatever. I don't care. We're gonna do it anyway. It looks like they are doing... Wait, they might be taking a break really quick. Fake fan. No, we literally collabed. It was so stupid. And I could have sworn I did. So I don't know. That was really weird. That was really weird. After hours of no sleep subreddit, how do? I want to do that myself. I'm gonna do that myself. Because those are fun to read. Literally ask her to name every stream. I know, right? Let me pull up his streams. Let me pull up his stream. But yeah, no, tourist. I am. I quite literally am. Because unfortunately, I think a lot of people, like, she says she's gonna rest, but we all know. I unfortunately have a lot of editing I have to do after stream. So yeah, I can't, unfortunately. You know, stuff must be done. So I sadly do not get to, I do not get to take a break. I have editing to do. So it's either I do editing or it doesn't get done. So yeah. And you know, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I have set a precedence or I guess a expectation at this point. So I try to not disappoint at that point. Oh, she'll be up till tomorrow. Probably. Oh, I think Aki's ending. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Just kidding. Never mind. All right, we're gonna raid it. We're gonna raid Lexi then. We're gonna raid Lexi then. Because I wanted to raid someone who's playing a horror game. And I never get to raid Aki, but it's okay. It's okay. There we go. There's your payment. Anyway, tomorrow we will be streaming. We'll be doing I Am All of Me singing for literally 2 hours straight. So if you want to literally see me suffer and not silence, tomorrow will be the day. So I will be singing Shadow's I Am All of Me for 2 fucking hours. Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be so great. It's gonna be so great. I'll be doing that starting at 1 p.m. PST, baby. So it's gonna be great. Yippee. You got a shotgun it. Don't even read chat. Oh, I'm just gonna, it's gonna be a time. It's gonna be a great time, chat. We're gonna have a great time. But anyway, we're gonna start raid. We're gonna hang out with Lexi. She's playing some Amnesia. So if you thought you get spoopy, you're gonna get real spoopy now. You're gonna get super spoopy now. So anyway, raid messages in chat. So if you have the channel emotes, please use them and please stick around for the raid if you feel so inclined. I would very much appreciate it if you could. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a good Friday. Enjoy your Halloweenies. Get all your candies and make sure nobody stalks you on the way home. If you're gonna go be if you're gonna have your what is it, the Halloween, the slutty Halloween era, and you wear your slutty clown costume or whatever the case may be, please be safe. Be safe. Be safe. Don't eat any candy from strangers. Be careful of wandering children, and don't I don't know. Yeah, words. Be safe. I'll talk to y'all later. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.